Chapter 14, Financing 1. There will be also Chapter 15, which is Financing 2. Financing 1 talks about conventional FHA and VA loans. We're going to describe issues concerning mortgage financing, including various payment plans and structures and how the structures of loans work, how to calculate interest and principal and all of that jazz, how the lender comes up with what your monthly mortgage payment's going to be. So we're going to learn some math in here, so have your calculators and maybe some scrap paper handy too. We're going to distinguish the differences among conventional, insured, guaranteed loans, as well as New Jersey's home buyer loan programs. So to start it off, to kick off this chapter, most people do not have all the cash that's needed to buy a home, so they need to get a loan. Why does anybody lend money to borrowers to buy homes? So that
To make money on it.
to make money, of course. And the money that is made is called interest. Think of interest as the rent you pay for the use of someone else's money. Okay. So interest is the charge. It's the rent paid to use or borrow someone else's money. And that interest is calculated on an annual basis. So if you got an interest rate, say you got a $100,000 loan at a 5% interest rate, 100,000 times 5%, that'll give you that first month's interest payment. Well, it'll actually give you the annual interest because it's calculated annually. And then you got to divide it by 12. And then that'll give you that first month's interest rate. 100,000, the amount borrowed, times the interest rate, divided by 12. That'll give you that first month's interest rate. And then to calculate the next month's interest rate, it will be different. You got to take whatever the balance is for the next month, times it by the interest rate, divided by 12, and so on and so forth. And if you do this once for every month over however many years your loan is, we call that a mortgage amortization chart. It can be created really quick with an Excel file. You could do the creation for you. But lenders will usually charge you a fee for that if you wanted to change it up a bit. Okay, so interest is the charge. It's the rent you pay for the use of someone else's money. Value, anytime we're trying to calculate value, we're trying to calculate all of it. So value means 100%. LTV stands for the loan to value ratio. It's how much money the lender will loan you in relation to the value of the property. Now, what value are we talking about? We're not talking about some ridiculous offer price that you may have made on the property. That does not determine the value. The appraisal amount does, right? So the loan to value ratio is how much money the lender will loan you in relation to the appraised value of the property. So most lenders don't lend you 100% of the cash needed to buy. You need to have some skin in the game yourself and put down some of your own money, right? Right. So the LTV, using the LTV, you could figure out how much money that is. So if a lender tells you the LTV on their loan product is 80%, that means they'll loan you 80% of the value of the property. So you need to put down 20. In an FHA type loan, they only require a 3.5% down payment. So the LTV, therefore, is 96.5. The lender will loan you 96.5% of the appraised value of the property. Okay. The LTV is not 3.5. It is 96.5. It's how much money they'll loan you. The LTV, loan, how much the loan amount is in relation to the value. Okay. And equity is the difference between the current value of a property and what you owe on it. And equity can be built in, usually at the time you purchase a property, the equity is equal to your down payment amount. And equity you could build equity by making your periodic payments, paying down the debt, or just through the market inflation as it fluctuates, the prices fluctuate, or by doing home improvements, forcing a sale. I'm sorry, forcing a sale. What am I talking about? By doing home improvements, forcing an increase in the value of the property. Okay, now that I got that out of the way, at the time of purchase, the buyer's equity is equal to their down payment. And equity is the difference between the market value and what is owed. That's the first page of this chapter, page 267. All right. Everybody got that? Everybody still working on it? Right. Equity is the difference between the market value and what is owed. All right. So next page, 268. Interest is the rent the borrower pays for the lender for the use of the lender's money. And the amount of mortgage loan in relation to the value of a home is called LTV, the loan to value ratio. Now, this has increased from 40% in 1920 to as much as 95 or 100% today. So if you wanted to go buy a house in the 1920s when the Great Depression was in effect, you needed to have, if you had an LTV of 40%, what does that mean? How much money?
60.
You needed to have the 60%. They would loan you 40% of the value of the property. You needed to put down the other 60. And payment periods have also lengthened from 5 years in 1920 to as much as 30 years or more today. Wow. 1920s was rough. They would only lend you 40% of the value of the property. You needed to have the majority of the cash to buy. And when they lent you that 40%, they only gave you 5 years to pay it back. Now, I know, you're like, yeah, but how much was a house in 1920? Okay, well, how much money were people making in 1920? It's all relational, right? It's all relative. Interest rates are charged by lending institutions on home mortgage loans as changes vary in the money market. As interest rates go up, an established fixed rate mortgage with a low interest rate may be a plus when selling a home if the owner is able to assume the existing mortgage loan at that lower rate. On the other hand, if mortgage interest rates fall, homeowners may seek to pay off their loan and refinance at a lower rate. And to buffer the effects of an unstable money market, lenders have been offering many alternative forms of mortgages in recent years, like adjustable rate mortgages, which we call ARMs for short. Seller financing gains popularity in times of tight mortgage money when the banks are not lending. And for years, potential homeowners have been able to receive assistance for obtaining low down payment mortgage loans through government programs like the FHA, that's the Federal Housing Administration, and the Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA. In addition, private mortgage insurance companies offer programs that enable loan applicants to receive higher loan to value ratios than normal by offering PMI, private mortgage insurance. There's other alternatives to that as well. People can get 80-20 loans. That means they get two loans. One loan for 80% of the value of the property and the other loan for 20% of the value. So that's a way of getting 100% financing, getting loans through two lenders, right? One lends you 80%, the other lends you 20. Then you don't have to carry PMI. So interest rates change. They fluctuate in the market on a regular basis. And when interest rates are high, alternative forms of financing may become more attractive. Those adjustable rate mortgages and seller financing. And we got those governmental programs like the FHA and the VA. We also have state programs through the New Jersey Housing Mortgage and Finance Agency, the NJHMFA, or the REC-D, or it used to be called the REC-D. Well, actually, it's called the REC-D now. It used to be called the Farmer Home Loan Corporation. Now they're called the REC-D. They give loans to farmers, of course, but they also give loans simply to people who live in rural areas and on Indian reservations. Got this little gnat in here is bothering the hell out of me. All right, so those are funded directly through the USDA, and it is possible to get 100% financing from them even today, with subsidized interest rates as low as 1%.
Question, where would the first time home buyers be associated with?
I mean, first-time homebuyers can get loans through the FHA or the NJ. Actually, the NJHMFA has first-time homebuyer loans out there where they give you a loan to buy the house and for the down payment and closing costs, another loan. And as long as you live in that house for at least 5 years, you don't need to pay it back. Not the loan to buy the house, but the loan for the down payment and the closing costs. Okay. That's just one program. You have some cities, some municipalities that give incentive programs like that, but they're usually in kind of rough areas, you know. But the NJHMFA, you could get loans from them. They say it's for urban target areas as well, but I mean, uh, urban, rural, not rural, urban and suburban areas, you could probably get those loans for them. Even though for exams, you need to know they give loans in targeted urban target areas. Okay. But on the outskirts, you can get them too. You guys know the difference between what is urban, suburban, and rural? Dare I ask? There, I don't expect a response because I've gotten some crazy answers over the years with that. So here I wrote down a definition. Urban is a densely populated area. The city with lots of high rises and apartment buildings where people live in a close proximity of each other. Whereas suburban, so urban, you see this, a lot of people living within a close proximity within each other because they're within high rises and apartment buildings, etc. Whereas suburban, that's like single family and two family houses. They live a little bit further away from each other, right? And then you have rural, where you can barely see your neighbor. That's like farmland or living out in the country, right? So that's sparsely populated areas like farmlands and having neighbors far away. You can walk around naked outside, not worry about anybody seeing you. I wouldn't suggest it though. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Payment plans. Let's talk about fixed rate loans and the different plans that are available. We're going to start off with the word amortize. We need to know this word amortize. Where the hell? This word amortize. And amortize means to kill off slowly over time. And that's exactly what it does when you get these 30-year fully amortized mortgage loans. You're killing off that loan through your periodic payments towards paying down the principal and the interest, agonizingly slow over 30 years, right? So a fully amortized loan, if amortized means to kill off slowly over time, fully amortized means you fully killed it by the time you made the last payment. You've killed off all that debt. Now, in a fully amortized loan, your payments, your monthly mortgage payments, first get applied towards the interest and then the balance towards the principal. And your first monthly mortgage payment to your last are the same. They don't fluctuate. If anything that makes them change, that's if you include your homeowners insurance and taxes in there. That's the stuff that changes. But right now we're not talking about that. We're just talking about the loan for the house, not the money for taxes or your homeowners insurance. We're just talking about the loan to buy the house, right? To buy the property there. So, in a straight loan is an interest only loan. This loan will never be amortized, killed off, because you're only paying the interest. You're never paying down the principal. So it's often used for second mortgages, like a bridge loan, also known as a swing loan or interim financing. It's when you need to purchase the new home before you sell your existing one. Usually we solve this by coinciding closings, making sure that the closing of the new home and the sale of your existing one occur within 30 days of each other. Then you don't have to worry about making a mortgage payment, two mortgage payments in the same month, which most people can't afford. But sometimes that's not possible. And if it's not possible, what are some alternatives? Well, you could have a bridge loan. It's a it's a it's usually interest free, not always, but it can be. It's usually an interest only, not interest free, interest only loan where you just pay the interest on the loan and it's for a short term, 6 months to no more than a year. Um, that should be sufficient time for you to sell off your existing home and then pay back the straight loan in full. There are also straight loans that are used for builders to fix and flip homes, right? You want to make the smallest payment possible during that term while you're holding on to that house that you're only holding on to it for a short term to fix it and then flip it. So let's go here to page 268 and highlight the word amortize means to kill off slowly over time, and regular payments are applied first to the interest owed and the balance applied towards the principal over the term. Everybody got that? All right. So in a partially amortized loan, you only partially killed off the loan by the time you made the last payment. Well, how could that be possible? Well, if your monthly mortgage payments are smaller, by the time you make the last payment, it balloons in size. That last payment is larger than the rest. We actually call it a balloon payment because it balloons in size. In order to put the last bullet in that sucker and kill off that loan, you have to make a larger payment. That's your proverbial bullet to kill off that loan, is you're making a larger payment than the rest. So that's in a partially amortized loan. You've only partially killed it off because amortized means to kill off slowly over time. So partially amortized means you partially killed it. And then we have biweekly mortgages. A lot of people misinterpret this as making two mortgage payments a month, when in fact you're making a half payment every 2 weeks, the equivalent of 26 half payments a year which is equal to 13 monthly payments. I'm sorry, how many months are there in a year? 12. So extra you have one extra payment applied entirely towards the principal. Principal is the amount you borrowed. If you do this on a 30-year fixed rate loan, you make one extra mortgage payment a year and apply it entirely towards the principal. You could pay down that loan 7 to 8 years sooner and paying that much less in interest. That could save you a lot of money. On a 30-year fixed loan at 5% interest rate for a $300,000 loan amount, that'll save you over $50,000 a year. Or I'm sorry, that will save you over $50,000 in interest payments. You save even more. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this something that is set up with the origination of the loan, or you can just make those payments?
It's set up with the origination of the loan so that it's transparent for people who have tough time saving the money and then making that payment each year on their own. Because you could do that as well. You could make an extra payment at any time on your loan and make sure you say to apply it to the principal only, though. If you send in a check to your payment for your lender, they're going to apply that extra money towards the interest. And then next month they'll tell you, oh, you're good. You don't need to make a payment this month. Don't do that. Right? If you're going to send in a check for an extra payment, make sure you write on there apply to principal only. Now, if you're making the payments online, it's easy to do that just through a checkbox. Apply to principal. You could select how you want that extra money being applied. You want it applied to principal only. Because if the loan is already originated and now you want to set it up this way, they may charge you $600 to $800 to do that, which is ridiculous. There's no reason for them to charge you that much money to change the setup of the payments. But it could save you a lot of money. It's kind of like every time you get home, if you take the change out of your pocket and you throw it into a bowl, by the end of the year, you're going to have yourself a lot of money. It's the same kind of situation. It's kind of transparent because you're making that little extra payment and you don't even realize you're making that little extra payment. But it does build up until you make one extra payment during the year that gets applied entirely towards the principal instead of the interest. All right, so let's do these highlights here about fixed rate, straight loan, the partially amortized loan, and that payment that's called the balloon payment, and the biweekly mortgages. So we could highlight those there in our book. Just let me know when everybody's got those.
Good.
Nice.
All right. Oh, you guys highlight quick. You're getting good.
Good.
Anybody need more time, or has everybody got it? Okay. So here I show you an example, a comparison of two loans. On the left, you have a 25-year loan. On the right, you got the 30-year loan. Both loans are for $300,000 at a 5% interest rate. Now, this is a little bit different than making one extra payment a year. This is just comparing a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan so you could see how much in savings you'll have. And just by having paying off a loan 5 years sooner, you're saving $53,460 in interest payments. So if you start off with a 30-year loan and you're making one extra payment per year, applying it entirely towards the principal, you could save even more than that. Kind of crazy, huh? How about this? Will you save more money? Which is better? Which will save you the most money? Getting a loan at a lower interest rate or buying the property at a cheaper price? Come on, everybody, answer me. Everybody give me an answer. What do you think?
Lower interest rate.
Lower, yeah, interest rate.
Okay. Everybody's agreeing on the interest rate?
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Well, let's take a look.
Yeah, hey Seth, I want to ask you something about the housing market. My wife and I are looking to buy a new home. I've read that the housing market is in a recession, and that maybe, and I've been told by various people, hey, no, hold off, don't buy right now, that prices may be inflated. Is the housing market in a recession? Is now not a good time to buy, or is it? Or is it? I don't know.
You know, it's a broader
This is from last year.
question, John, and a lot of it depends on where in the country you are. What we tell people all the time is what you want to make sure you're not doing is overbuying house. If you're looking at your interest rate right now, and to Dan's point, that inflation is what's causing interest rates to go up because the Fed's trying to get that under control. So you've got this compounding issue in the housing market. The problem you got, I would say the one thing you want to focus on is you can refinance interest rates. You can't refinance principal. Principal, whatever you pay for that house is what you bought that house at. Now, in certain pockets, maybe where you are in Miami, where I am in Texas, not where Dan is up in New Jersey, I think in our neck of the woods, prices are going to stabilize. They may not go up as fast, but I think they'll still continue to go up. Maybe not even drop. If you're in a cash position, that's great. If you're up where Dan is, I think they're going to drop. So you might have a buying opportunity. But where we are, I think you might want to, if you find the right deal, get it. But plan to refinance as soon as interest rates do drop.
Yeah, Dan, I don't know where you are, but I read recently that Jersey City has now become the most expensive city in America. I used to live in Jersey City, and boy, I wish I would have bought when I lived there way back 15 years ago, whenever it was. Seth Benson and Dan Geltrude, I appreciate you guys coming on for Money Huddle. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
So there you have it. You actually save more money by getting the house at a lower price rather than the interest rate. Because like he said, you could always refinance the interest rates if the interest rates come down. But whatever you buy that property at, that's what you bought it at, and that's what you owe. You're not lowering that amount. So try to get it as cheap as you can. Don't worry so much about the interest rate, because if interest rates ever fall, you could always refinance to get that lower interest rate. Remember what refinancing is? Refinancing is when you get a new loan to pay off your existing loan, and hopefully that'll be at a lower interest rate. So here's a chart you could see in the book on page 269. Each one of these lines is 1 year of mortgage payments on a 30-year mortgage loan. There's a dark color part of the line. That is the portion of your mortgage payment that goes towards the interest. And the light color part of the line is the part that goes to pay down the principal. Look at this. For at least the first half of a 30-year mortgage, where does the majority of your monthly mortgage payment get applied to?
The interest.
The interest. That's the rent you pay for borrowing someone else's money. That's their profit, the lender's profit. How come they don't just make it 50-50 all the way across? They could still make the same amount of money and do that. How come they don't do that? Why do they put that interest? They charge all that interest up front. Why do
If you refinance, they don't lose.
Okay, so if you refinance, they got the majority of their money up front, right? And what if you don't refinance? Well, how long do people stay in homes these days before they sell them? You know, our society's changed a lot. We got a lot
5
of,
to 7 years.
yeah, it's actually 5 to 7 years on average, but we're even starting to see 3. You know, we don't make anything in America anymore. The president's trying to change that and bring manufacturing back to the United States. But that's kind of hard. That's kind of hard to do, especially with the cost of everything being so high. So we got all these people that don't make anything anymore here. So everybody wants to be like a boss or be able to have a job where they could work remotely. You don't actually have to live near the factory where you make the stuff like your parents or grandparents did, right? You don't need to live near the factory or the place where the whatever is being built, where they build the widgets. Okay, so we've become more of a nomadic society. People move more often. They don't stay in one place and raise their family anymore. It also contributes, I guess, to our unstable society that we have here, right? We have single parent families. We have people moving around. They're not laying their roots down as much, and it does affect society as a whole, but it also affects lending too. So lenders are not counting on you sitting in one place for the long haul. So they charge their interest up front. They want to get their money now because they know you're probably not going to stay in that house for the full 30 years. So they load up their interest up front to make their money up front at the front side of the loan. So let's now start analyzing an adjustable rate mortgage. What is an adjustable rate mortgage? Well, just what it sounds like. It's not fixed. The rates fluctuate. They go up and down. But do you know how it works? A lot of people are misled. They're not exactly sure. They're like, oh, your interest rates, they're always going up and down. You never know what the interest rate's going to be. 1 month it's going to be this, 1 month it's going to be that. Nope, wrong. That's not how these loans work. Even though interest rates do fluctuate constantly throughout the day. But that only makes a difference to those who are getting new loans right now. Okay, getting that loan at locked in at the right interest rate for you. However, if you get an adjustable rate mortgage, this shifts the risk or reward of those changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower. Because if the rates go up, the borrower pays more. If the rates go down, the borrower pays less. But people are always like, you don't want those loans. You never know what the interest rate's going to be on it. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Those rates are usually adjusted once a year on the anniversary of the loan. Now, what determines if that interest rate goes up or down? Well, it's tied to some sort of an index. This is the anatomy of an adjustable rate mortgage here. They tie it to some sort of an index. And an index determines if the rate is going to go up or down and by how much. And a lot of lenders use the 1-year U.S. Treasury bill as that index. Now, the margin is the markup. It's how much money the lender wants to make off of loaning you the money. There's a cost of money to the lender for them to get the money to lend to you. So the difference, like if they call that the adjustable, the applicable federal rate. Remember the cost of the money to the lender? So if it costs that lender 2% to get the money to lend to you and they want to make 2% on it, they need to charge you 4% to make 2%, right? So that's the margin. It's the markup. The cap is the maximum that the interest rate can spring up in any single adjustment period. Because even though the rate of the loan gets adjusted once a year on the anniversary, how much can it go up by? Well, the cap is the maximum allowable for it to go up in any single adjustment period. And a ceiling is like the lifetime cap on the entire loan. Here, let me see if I could think of another. I don't have a bottle of soda or anything with me here, but let me try to explain it like this. The cap and the ceiling, so that you guys have a visual. Let's just pretend that this is a bottle of soda, okay? And I shake it up and I shake it up and I shake it up. What's preventing this soda from shooting up in the air? What's limiting how high it can go up
The
here?
cap.
The cap. Now, if I were to take this cap off, what's limiting how high it can go?
The ceiling.
The ceiling. So the ceiling is higher than the cap. This is an easy way for you to remember which one is higher. So the cap is the maximum the interest rate can go up in any single adjustment period, and the ceiling is the maximum it can go up over the life of the loan. Just to give you a little visual there. Now, you get a worst case scenario at the time that you get the loan. It's not, none of this is a shock, and none of this should be a surprise to any borrower who gets an adjustable rate mortgage. Despite when people default on these loans, they're often like, oh, I didn't know. Well, that's bull. Because there's a page on your mortgage loan that says in a font size about this big, that's about like almost a third of the size of the paper, that shows the worst case possible scenario. What is the maximum your interest rate and the maximum your payment can ever go up to? And then they have you sign next to that. So when a borrower says, oh, I didn't know, what are you, blind? The font is like a third of the size of the page that shows you the numbers. And they do that on purpose so people can't say, oh, I didn't know, the lender screwed me. You know, no, you just got the loan and you saw it and you just didn't care.
So would you say, is it said like they're showing you the ceiling in this?
Yeah.
Like,
They're showing you the ceiling, and what your monthly payment would be. What's the
okay.
worst case scenario if the loan went up to the maximum, the ceiling, over the life of the entire loan, what that monthly mortgage payment would look like? So now you could, before you sign on the dotted line to get the loan, you could make that informed decision if this is something that you could afford in its worst case scenario. Now, some people go through with it and they get the loan anyway. They're like, well, I'm not going to have it that long. I'm just going to build up some equity and then I'll refinance and I'll pay off the loan. And I'll refinance it into a fixed rate loan. All right, sounds like you got a plan. Is that gambling though? Is that a little bit risky? You're assuming that that the values of the property are going to keep going up. What if they go down? How can you refinance your loan if the property value goes down? Now your house is not worth what you owe on it. Oh, yeah, that could be bad.
So only like forced appreciation times, would that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if you're fixing up the house or something.
Yeah. Well, because otherwise, I mean, you could get these loans, market values, they fluctuate. They go up, they go down. But what if the real estate market, the prices are going up at a steep angle? That curve is more of a sharp climb. Eventually that bubble's going to burst and the values are going to come down. So most people, though, they're not thinking about that. They're just thinking about where the values are right now, and they're going up. When does real estate prices ever go down? 2006, there was a bubble that burst. Okay, I know some people say it's 2008 or 9. It actually started to burst in 2006, but that sharp collapse started in like 2008. Um, and yeah, a lot of those people with those adjustable rate mortgage, they were banking on refinancing them. They weren't able to refinance them because who's going to get what is refinancing? They're giving you a loan to pay off your existing one. So who's going to give you a loan to pay off a higher loan more than the value of what the property currently is because the property values are dropping like a brick? Nobody. So a lot of people lost their properties. They got foreclosed on. So then you had around the time you had President Bush and then President Obama trying to put together these e- emergency type of programs for lenders. They tried to get lenders to put these uh, renegotiation of loan terms and maybe lengthening out how many years to try to lower the monthly payment for you so it's more affordable. And but even when people restructure their loans, if they've managed to do them successfully, many were not able to because who's going to give you a loan to pay off more than what you owe? um, a lot of people just failed to get those loans, and those ones that successfully got them, well, they ended up defaulting on them later anyway, because I guess they were thinking about it. Why am I paying on a loan to pay off more than what it's worth? This don't make sense. Screw this. And they walk away from the property, they get foreclosed on. Yeah. So there are many different loan products out there, and they make sense for you to get them if you get them for the right reason. Some people use the wrong loan for their purpose, and it ends up screwing them up. So let's highlight adjustable rate mortgage, and we'll write ARM next to that because that's the abbreviation for it, what we call it. That's the acronym ARM. Adjustable rate mortgage shifts the risk or reward of those changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower. So if the interest rates go up, the borrower pays more. Interest rates go down, the borrower saves. Now, a lot of people, I got a little blurb down here that I wrote, so I'm going to read that while you guys do your highlights. A lot of people blame the real estate mortgage market crash of 2006 on adjustable rate mortgages. However, there was a lot more to it than that. Anybody ever see the movie called The Big Short? The Big Short? You may want to check it out. It's a star-studded movie. It's full of blockbuster movie stars in it. The Big Short does a decent job of explaining what happened in the mortgage industry during that time, keeping the politics out of it, though, which politics played a big role in it, though. So The Big Short was about the mortgage market crash of 2006 and these groups of investors that were investing in and planning on the real estate market crashing in the United States. That's what we call shorting the market, kind of like when you buy stocks. You could buy stocks and hope that the value goes up, and then you profit with the sale of that stock when it sells at a higher price. But you could also short stocks. Like if you believe a company is not going to pan out, that they're going to fail, you could actually bet on them failing. It's called shorting the stock. And that's exactly what happened here. Now, it doesn't completely cover the political decisions and House oversight of the banking industry by the regulators and political decisions made by politicians over the years that allowed reckless lending practices and even encouraged them under the guise of writing more loans to poor people and minorities to get into housing. This came later to be known as predatory lending. So, I never put it in here. Let me minimize this for a second. I'm going to show you something. Let me open up my Microsoft whiteboard, and then I'll share that board with you to show you the wrong slide. Back out of that one. How the hell do I back out of that one? There we go. Let me just set up this slide here for you. Okay. And let's share with you what happened here. All right, so real estate markets are cyclical. You guys can see the whiteboard? Can everybody see it? The whiteboard on screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So real estate markets are cyclical. They go up, they go down, they go up, they go down, but generally they tend to overall increase slightly over the years. However, in about 1978, Jimmy Carter was president, and he passed something called the Community Reinvestment Act. And this allowed the lenders a little more flexibility, and it also started driving up the value or the value of the real estate a little bit. And then it still fluctuated over the years like this, but the values were increasing. And then about I forget, it could have been around 2001, maybe a little bit before that, President Clinton was in place. He also made some tweaks and changes to that same legislation, the Community Reinvestment Act. But another significant thing happened in about 2001. There was a congressman named Barney Frank, and he was the head of the Banking Oversight Committee. Now today, his whole spiel is, he talks about how he saved the industry with his swift and quick financial thinking and prowess. Bullshit. I'll call bull on that because I can't find this video, but you guys can maybe scour C-SPAN. He'll look through the archives to find there was a hearing that Barney Frank had when he was the head of the Banking Oversight Committee. You know how Congress people, they're the heads of all kinds of different kinds of committees, the Defense Committee, this committee, that committee. Well, he was the head of the Banking Oversight Committee. So they look over, they regulate all the banks. So there's the regulators, which are the investigators that investigate to make sure the banks are complying with all the laws that Congress already put into place on how banks should be operating. Okay. And so Barney Frank called this emergency hearing with the regulators, called these investigators to come into Congress to have one of these show hearings that they put on C-SPAN, and you could see it on maybe TV, and they could use those clips. And he started asking them and interviewing them. He started asking them, how come banks are not writing so many loans to poor people and minorities? And the regulators started explaining how loan origination works. Well, it's about risk-based lending. Lenders, first of all, they're not supposed to look at somebody's race. That should not be a factor when lending. We had that whole civil rights movement that's and the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, which says that lenders are not allowed to use these discriminatory reasons for their loan decision making. And when a lender does make loans to people, they're measuring the amount of risk to the lender. So they're looking up people's credit scores and what their income is, and they ask for the bank statements and their pay stubs and their tax returns so that they can analyze how much money they're making and what their expenses are, what their debt to income ratio is, to help determine how much money the lender's going to lend to them. And Barney Frank is like, I don't hear any of that. If banks don't start lending more to poor people and minorities, I think they're discriminating. So we're going to start fining them heavily or even pulling their licenses if they don't start writing more loans to poor people and minorities. And the regulators are just like, I mean, how do you answer that? Okay, how are you going to regulate that? What? But the banks were listening. The banks listen to this stuff. They have people that are always listening to these these hearings for the banking commissions and such, so they were listening to the regulator, to the head of the oversight committee in charge of all the regulators. And so the banks were like, okay, so you're going to start fining us heavily or pulling our licenses if we don't give more loans to poor people and minority? Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Poor people don't go getting loans that they know they can't afford. So how are you going to make loans more affordable for poor people? Anybody got any ideas you could throw out there at me?
Grants, I guess, or
No, we're not talking about giving anything to anybody.
seeking them.
Well, forget about grants. We're talking about loans. Loans.
No, I mean seeking out the poor people.
Okay, well, how do you how do you incentivize poor people to come into a bank to get a loan that they know that they previously could not afford? How do you make the loans more affordable for poor people? You lower the lending standard, right? You lower the criteria required to get a loan. But let me ask you a question. If you lower the lending standards so that now poor people can afford to borrow money where they previously could not, what does that do to the people who previously could afford those loans and get those loans? They could borrow more. And if people can borrow more money, what do you think homeowners are going to want for their houses when they put them up for sale?
More money.
More money. It's common sense. Yeah, more money. It's common sense, right? This isn't rocket science to figure out. So thus started this boom. Boom. The values of homes started going up as they lowered the lending standards, and more people can afford to get loans, and those who previously could afford to get loans can get even more. Now, what about the part about targeting poor people? What about the part about targeting minorities? Now, I mean, minorities can always get loans, It's not like all minorities are poor people, You get anybody of any race can come into a bank and get a loan to buy a house. So how are you going to target to give more loans to minority people? How are you going to get them to walk into your bank to give you more loans, to give more loans specifically to these people? What do? You got to advertise directly to them, right? Maybe on the TV programs or the radios at the stations they listen to more. In areas of high minority populations, you put up billboards all over in your face and in magazine ads and everything, right? You're targeting them. Does that sound right? Targeting people?
No, but I feel like that's a part of advertising these days.
Yeah, I mean, you do got to target your audience, but when you're targeting them based on their race, okay, do you target any product based on someone's race? Usually it's not. I mean, what product is specific to people based on their race? So nonetheless, banks started targeting communities with minorities with their advertising on TV, on radio, and magazines, in neighborhoods with high minority populations. They had all kinds of mailings getting sent directly to minorities' homes, and in billboards in the areas with high population of minorities. Okay, all right, so that's fine. Now you could target, you could advertise them. It's still up to them to walk in the door or lift the phone and call you to get a loan. But this is how the banks went about getting it now. Now, later on, when loans started defaulting, people started saying, well, you were targeting us. And so that is called predatory lending, because you were a predator, because you were targeting us. You were stalking us to give us these loans. So that is predatory lending. Okay. So later on, that term came about, the predatory lending, which we all heard that one. So either way, the property value started going up and up and up and up and up. I got in the real estate market, in the real estate business in 2004 after this, and they were already at the point, they're already like way up here, and I was like, damn, I'm never going to own a home. Damn, prices of real estate going up like that. These prices are ridiculous. I would never pay that for this house, you know? And prices kept going up and up and up and up until about 2006 here. 2006, it started to peak. There started to be changes, and the market decided that is the limit for this bubble, and it started to pop. So the real estate bubble started to crash, and the property values were starting to slow down with the sales, and then the values started dropping slowly. And then about 2008, it started that steep decline. That's why a lot of people say 2008 is when the real estate market crashed. Actually, it was 2006. Trust me. Trust me on this. I was in the market for 2 years before it started to slow down. I noticed that slowdown, and then the values started dropping. So they just started dropping like a brick around 2008. And then politicians, once again, who created this problem with all their, good meaning, well intentioned to get more poor people and minorities into house ownership, in housing, by lowering lending standards and targeting people. Well, now you got all these people out there willing to pay more and more and more and more. The real estate market starts to crash. So in all their arrogance, the politicians said, we got a solution to this problem. We got to throw money at it. If we get more people to run out there and buy homes, then then we could flatten the curve. So they had a tax credit, about $7,500 tax credit in around 2009, I think it was. Between 2009 and 10, they started offering a tax credit of $7,500 for anybody who rushes out there and buys a home. And people said, well, the real estate market has been crashing for now the last couple of years, so we got to be near the bottom now. That tax credit may be enough cushion, so even if property values drop a little more, we're still good. So people did rush out, and it started to flatten the curve a little bit. It did not totally flatten it. It flattened it a bit for that year. Now, there was a condition for this tax credit of that $7,500. You had to live in the house for at least 3 years. And if you didn't, and you sold the property, well, then you had to pay all that money back. So at the end of that year where they were offering the tax credit, the real estate market continued to do its self-correction and started crashing again. So people started doing short sales to get out and save their credit. And those that were successful in doing short sales, then they had a knock on their door. It's the tax man here. You didn't live in that house for at least 3 years. $7,500, please. We'd like it all right now. Or face late fees and penalties. So those politicians ended up pulling more people into financial hardship that weren't even thinking about buying real estate in this crashing market. So after that passed, politicians said, wait a minute. We had something there. We kind of flattened the curve pretty good. We need to throw more money at the problem. That's what it was. We didn't throw enough money. So that was 2009 to 2010. So in 2010, midway, they decided, you know what? We're going to do another tax credit, this time for $11,000. That should get enough people to come out there to flatten the curve. So in all their arrogance, politicians offered even more money, which got more people coming out. It still didn't completely flatten the curve. It's just drawing out the inevitable of those real estate market corrections by incentivizing people to run out there and buy this real estate. And then it eventually crashes again. and corrects when that 1 year goes away of offering that tax credit of 11,000. People did more short sales and foreclosures and such, and then the IRS came knocking on the door. You didn't live in the house for 3 years. Now you owe us $11,000. So the government, these politicians and all their arrogance, thinking they have the cure to this problem of the real estate market crash, they just lengthened out the correction period. And they drew more people into financial hardships that weren't even thinking about buying a home. And so that's what happened until the real estate market corrected itself. And then look, it ended up around the same area where it was before the politicians started demanding we give more loans to poor people and minorities. So, did they do anything good? I mean, I guess for the couple of years, they got more people buying houses and getting into homes, but eventually that crashed and people started losing them and got into financial hardships and their credit destroyed and all that stuff. And it's all happened because of politicians' well-meaning intentions. But you know where the road to hell is paved with, right? Good intentions. So I'm not going to say he had bad intentions or negative intentions there. I'm just saying road to hell is paved with the best of intentions. And he just didn't foresee this or look into it properly. And he caused this big thing. That was a major cause of it, was Barney Frank's deregulation there. And then as the market corrected itself years later, this was now starting towards the end of Obama's presidency. The real estate market was still kind of on its downward spiral. Then you get Trump in, people start getting positive because he's got ideas about the economy and ways to try to change things around. So stuff starts changing around a little bit. But unfortunately, Trump has his detractors away from him. They're trying to make sure his presidency gets destroyed. They're trying to fight against him by having those open borders and not, then fighting against him when he tries to secure our borders and enforce immigration law. But in the meantime, people are flooding over the borders. You've got these political groups of people that are actually going into southern countries, Mexico and South America. They're going into the southern countries, giving people pamphlets and guides on how to come to the United States and claim that you want a political asylum or whatever so that you could stay here or whatever. Now, in the meantime, we need to house all these people. So there's a rush out there, all these investment groups and whatnot. Even Zillow started buying up entire neighborhoods. Zillow, BlackRock, all kinds of investors. You had politicians that were promising that they were going to do away with suburban zoning laws that allowed 1 and 2 family homes because, that's racist and all. What? That's the argument that they were giving anyway. So now there's a shortage for housing. So all these investment groups are busting out, buying up all of this housing, paying more than the market value, more than what most people could afford. So now they're outpricing what most people could afford for a house. Why? Well, because the government now is paying to house all of these people who are claiming asylum using different various bailout programs and such. And so what? Property values start artificially inflating again. I mean, we're still in this right now. Property values being artificially inflated. However, you got President Trump out there now trying to secure the border and he's deporting a lot of people. So that's going to be making a lot of that housing available again. But it's still not yet. So this is where we're at about right now. Do we have another real estate mortgage market about to crash again from all of this artificial things that drove the prices up? Or is something happening now that's going to maybe lengthen it out a little bit, like a communist becoming the mayor of New York City and people fleeing that city like they do California as crime rates rise and affordability sinks. People are going to start fleeing it to neighboring states like New Jersey. That may keep us level for a while longer, or we could still have a correction a bit. But how much is it going to correct? I don't know. That's where we're at right now. Now, how could you keep on top of things like this in the news? You know, I do it. I tell you, I watch the financial news, you know, not the regular news stations, but the financial news, and keep an open mind about what's really going on. Don't be so set in your way to either hate President Trump and everything he does is negative, or his detractors, everything they do is positive. You know, yeah, you got to have an open mind and really look at what's going on in society right now to be able to judge where the real estate market's going to head. Because right now, we're above where we were in 2006 from all of this housing. We're going to see a correction at some point in the future. When that happens, I have no idea. How much is it going to correct? I have no idea. Other elections in the other states can play a role. Our economy plays a role in this as well, because if he could get more jobs, if he could get more businesses to come back to the United States, this can make these things more affordable, and people can still afford this type of housing and these price ranges and such as well. But if interest rates stay up there, affordability comes down, so that makes it more of a likelihood of a market crash as well. So there's a lot of factors we can need to play in. I suggested to you guys that you take that class from Ottawa, you know, the OTTEAU.com, to do CMAs, the CMA workshop. But I also suggest that you, in the meantime, when they're not giving those in between, go attend their seasonal workshops or sign up for their market track, where they send you news and updates of what's happening in the current real estate market on a monthly basis and what their prediction is to be happening in the next month and the next month and the next month, all year long. You could keep up on these by taking their quarterly classes, or by signing up to their market workshop or their market news reports that they email to you. It's very beneficial for you if you plan on being in the real estate business, being in the know, knowing to look out and learn how to look out for these cues of what's going on in the political spectrum and in the, you know, by looking at crime and economy and all these other factors. You got these guys that are doing it for you, and then they're explaining to you how it's expected to affect the real estate market. And now you'll be a more informed agent, and you'll be able to adjust your business a little bit better on how to approach it. Right. So if this Mandami guy gets elected in New York City, you know, everybody's saying it's not just the right, the left is saying it too. People are going to be fleeing, you know. The rich people are even telling you that. I told you just yesterday, what is it? The Jamie Dimon from J.P. Morgan Chase, right? He said that they're probably going to move their operations out to Texas and New Jersey and out of New York because it's too damn expensive. And when crime starts going up and all that, people are going to be moving out, and they'll be moving to New Jersey. So we could even start targeting New Yorkers to move here, right? So it's helpful in your business and crafting your business. Here, let me cancel this out there and close that and open this and get started there. Okay, so we got this Big Short I told you about. It's a movie from 2015. It came out explaining what happened there. This is it. You guys, it's a star-studded movie. Let me see. Christian Bale, Steve Carell, Ryan Gosling, Brad Pitt. These are just some of the actors that were in this movie. Now, if you're not familiar with real estate or some of the terms and stuff, it could be a little boring. But if you understand what's going on here and then you start following it, it's kind of an interesting movie. You also had Marissa Tomei was in there. Look at that. Okay. So anyway, you guys can watch this movie for free well, I guess YouTube's charging, but you could watch this stuff for free on Netflix, on Amazon, uh, Tubi TV, all of that stuff. I'm sure there's links you could find it where you could watch it for free here. I suggest you do. The Big Short is about the real estate market, and more often than not, we're doomed to repeat ourselves. By the way, how did lenders lower the lending standards? Well, remember I told you they lowered the lending standards, so poor people who previously couldn't afford to get the loans now can? How did they lower their lending standards? In some ways, let's give a couple of ideas of how they did it.
Lowering credit.
Lowering the required credit scores required, okay? How about this? When you go get a loan, what's required for you to get a loan from a bank to buy a house? Well, we got people here that bought houses before. What's required for you to go get a loan? What do you need to show the bank?
Income tax, pay stubs.
Bank statements.
Income tax, pay stubs, bank statements, credit reports. Well, we actually had a thing called SISA, stand for stated income, stated assets. You just tell them how much you make, how much you got, and you don't need to prove it with supporting documentation. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, huh? That's actually what they did. They started doing this, where people could just tell the lenders how much money they make and how much they got in the bank, what their assets are. The only thing they did was run the credit score. But other than that, stated income, stated assets. You had bus drivers saying they make 300 grand a year. Same thing for strippers and stuff like that. So they were buying 3 and 4 houses at a time. It was the Wild West. So watch this movie. It actually even has some of those scenes explaining things like that. The Big Short. Write it down. Give it a watch this weekend. The Big Short. Okay, and we're already over lunch hour, so let me pause this. Okay, so resuming here after lunch, you guys should take a look and watch that movie, The Big Short. So here's just the anatomy of that adjustable rate mortgage like I had on the one slide. It broke down all the parts just for you to highlight in the book, I guess. The adjustable rate mortgage, that the cap is the maximum the interest rate can go up in any single adjustment period. And the ceiling is like a lifetime cap. It's the maximum allowable interest rate, that the highest that the rate can go up over the life of the loan. All right. Let me know when you penciled those notes in there. Okay. So if amortize means to kill off slowly over time, and partial amortization means you partially killed it off, then negative amortization, that's like the opposite of amortizing, the opposite of killing. So that means that every month you make a mortgage payment, you owe more money. Huh? Yeah. So when the monthly payment is less than the interest owed, that shortfall is added onto the balance. So every month you make a mortgage payment, you owe more money. That's known as negative amortization. Now, typically, the first year of most adjustable rate mortgages, the lender will give you a fixed interest rate for that first year at maybe a low teaser rate. They will eat the loss in those cases for that first year, just because it was used to entice you into getting this loan by offering it at a really low rate for the first year, after which it becomes adjustable. So it's best for short-term ownership or when a borrower plans to refinance later to a fixed rate loan. However, that could be risky if the property values do drop. But it's a way for you to get into the housing a little bit cheaper. So let's highlight negative amortization, when the monthly payment isn't enough to cover the interest due. All right, then we have combination of fixed rate and adjustable rate loans where they may be fixed for the first 3, 5, 7 years, and then it becomes adjustable after that. That's called a hybrid mortgage, a hybrid plan, because it's a cross between fixed and adjustable. Straight loan is an interest-only loan. You got lower monthly payments are possible because the debt's not being amortized. You're only paying the rent, the interest that's owed, not the principal. You're not paying down the principal at all. So therefore, these are not meant to be long-term loans. So interest-only loans are some examples of these straight loans, these interest-only short-term straight loans. They're used by builders, flippers, and as bridge loans when you're looking to purchase the next home before you complete the sale on your existing one, to have the money to make the payments on 2 mortgages until you do sell it. So let's write there next to interest-only loan, straight loan, short term, used by builders, flippers, and as bridge loans. That's on page 271 at the bottom of the page. Interest-only loan is a straight loan, short term, used by builders, flippers, and as bridge loans. Okay. Doesn't look like anybody's writing, so I'll move on. So interest is the charge. It's the rent you pay for using someone else's money. And interest is calculated on an annual basis. Amortization schedule is if you calculate what your monthly interest payment is and how much goes towards paying that first month's principal, and then subtracting that from the total that you borrowed to figure out what the balance is on your loan for next month. If you do that once for every month over the term of the loan, that creates what's known as an amortization schedule, where now you could see at any point within the term of a loan what the payment would be, what the balance is, how much gets applied towards interest, how much gets applied towards principal. That's an amortization schedule, and you could see one on the page 272 at the bottom of the page. Only 272, yes, at the bottom. It shows you the first 3 months and the last 3 months of a amortization schedule there. I'll show it to you on the next slide. Point is sometimes referred to as discount points. Paying points in advance may allow for borrowing more money. or purchasing a lower interest rate. So what is a point? A point is prepaid interest on the loan. It's tax deductible by the borrower in the year that they pay it. Each point is equal to 1% of the loan amount, not the purchase price, but the loan amount. And it may be paid by either the buyer or the seller in negotiations. But only the buyer whose loan it is can deduct it on their taxes. Why? Because they get that interest bill that's at the end of the year. They get that interest statement. So it's tax deductible interest, deductible by the borrower in the year it's paid, no matter who paid it. Now, rate lock is just, I think I don't think they have much of a, where is it? I think they mentioned the term rate lock again in the book on page 271. They just say that a rate lock's a guarantee by the lender to issue the loan at the quoted interest rate as an incentive to the borrower. Under some circumstances, the rate can still change. Well, wow, they took out a lot. So, the rate lock. What is a rate lock? The lender locks in the rate, so even if the interest rates rise, the borrower gets the lower locked-in interest rate for 30, 45, or 60 days as a complimentary thing. If the borrower doesn't close on time, their rates could go up, but they could always purchase an extension on the rate lock for an additional fee, which could be hundreds or even thousands of dollars. But that's why we as real estate agents keep pushing buyers through the transaction, make sure everybody's on their way, doing everything they're supposed to. We get the home inspections after it gets out of attorney review. We order the appraisals. We get the ball rolling, and we address issues in a timely manner. Now, to the consumer, to the buyer, it seems like we're just pushing them and pushing them and pushing them into the deal. And they get the impression that the only reason why we're doing this is because we can't wait to get to closing so that we can get paid. You need to inform them. Remember I told you to be a better agent? You educate your clients. So educate your clients along the way. Tell them. It may seem like I'm pushing you along the way, and it's because I am. But it's not because I'm in a hurry to get my commission. It's because you're probably got a mortgage loan that you got a locked-in rate from your lender, and we don't want to miss that rate lock. Otherwise, if interest rates go up, you may be stuck paying the higher interest rate or have to pay for an extension to keep the lower interest rate. So interest is the charge used to use someone else's money. That's called interest. That's the rent you pay for the use of someone else's money. And it's not really in this book anymore. The only thing you see in the book is on page 271. There's a single sentence there, which I told you. So the rate lock is when the lender offers a complimentary lock on the rate. So if they go up, the borrower gets the lowered locked-in interest rate. This could be 30, 45, or 60 days, and if missed, the borrower could purchase an extension for an additional cost. This is from an old book. It says, because the interest rates change constantly, lenders may offer borrowers the opportunity to lock in at a quoted rate. In this situation, the lender agrees to hold the quoted rate for a certain period of time. If the interest rate goes up, the borrower is protected. Unfortunately, if the interest rate goes down, the borrower often cannot take advantage. Borrowers typically can lock in the rate for 30, 45, and 60 days, and hopefully they get to closing before the rate lock expires. For an additional fee, of course. So, once again, interest is the fee you pay for using someone else's money. So how do we calculate it? Got your calculators handy? Well, here is the formula. You take the loan amount, not the purchase price, times it by the interest rate. That gives you the annual interest rate. You divide it by 12 because there's 12 months in a year, and that gives you the monthly interest. Subtract that from the total mortgage payment, the principal and interest, and that tells you how much of the monthly mortgage payment went towards the principal, the amount you borrowed. That's the total formula there. So here's a little sample from the book, which you could put a highlighted box around, and I wrote calculating interest and amortization annually. You may want to write on the side over there somewhere, maybe PITI. PITI stands for principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Now, over here, we're just calculating principal and interest. This is the PI part of the loan. It's just the loan. The TI part is what your total monthly mortgage payment is made up with if you choose to have your homeowner's insurance and property taxes included in your mortgage payment, which you do not have to. So in this example, they show you someone has a $100,000 loan at a 7% interest rate. 100,000 times 7%, that's $7,000 in annual interest. Divide that by 12 months, 12 payments in a year. And that first month mortgage interest payment is $583.33. So if your total monthly mortgage payment was $665.31, they just give you that amount here. Don't ask me where it came from. That's what the lender told you your mortgage payment is, including principal and interest. So you subtract that interest amount from the principal and interest, and you're left with the principal. PI minus I equals P. That's the formula to figure out how much of that first month's mortgage payment went towards paying down the amount you borrowed, the principal. Now, to figure out next month's, you take your $100,000 debt that you started out with, subtract that $81.97, and that's your remaining balance for next month. Now, if you do this over and over again, if it's a 30-year mortgage, there's 360 payments in 360 months in 30 years. So you do that 360 times, and that's an amortization schedule. So there's a little typo here in the book, though. Turn this 3 into an 8 on the second month where the interest payment is. It says $582.36. It should be 86 cents. Now, I know this is a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. How do I know that? Because the first mortgage payment to the last is the same. The only thing that changed is how much of it gets applied towards the interest and how much gets applied towards the principal. And then they show you what the running balance is, and at the end of it, there's 360 payments, so 360 divided by 12, that's 30, so it's a 30-year mortgage. And the balance is 0 at the end of the day, so I know it's a fully amortized mortgage. There's no, the larger payment's not larger, the last payment's not larger than the rest. So there's no balloon payment there. So this is a 30-year fixed rate, fully amortized mortgage loan. And that's how I could tell just by looking at the amortization chart. Okay. Now this factored chart, which you see on the next page, 273, I'm going to show you how to read it. You need to know how to read it. Okay, because this is how the lenders calculate what your mortgage payment's going to be. They'll have a chart similar to this. So let's say you get a 30-year loan at a 5% interest rate. This is how you figure it out. You see the column that says the word rate here? You have the rate, and then there's terms of the loans up to 30 years here. So here that gives you a 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You know, there's also 7-year loans. There's also 40-year loans, okay? So, but this has 10, 15, 25, and 30-year loans. So let's take our finger and put it down, our index finger, and run it down the chart till you get to 5. That's 5% interest. and then run it all the way across to the 30-year column, and the factor is what?
5.37.
Correct. Now you know how to read a mortgage factor chart. Pat yourselves on the back. Wasn't that easy? Now, what is a mortgage factor chart? What is a mortgage factor? That 5.37. It's for every $1,000 you borrow, your monthly mortgage payment is $5.37 that goes towards the principal and interest. So if you borrowed $300,000, what's your mortgage payment going to be? This is based on per $1,000 borrowed. How many thousands in 300,000? You could either divide it by 1,000 or you could just cross off the last three zeros.
300.
300. What is the factor? 5.37. So 300 times 5.37. And your monthly mortgage payment is, drum roll please. What's your-
$1,611.
$1,611 would be correct. Wow, for a $300,000 loan, that's great. That's affordable. A lot cheaper than a lot of people are paying for rent. But wait, you may have some people in this room that are saying that's bullshit. I got a $300,000 loan on my house. I pay a lot more than that. Well, what was your interest rate you got it at? Maybe it was higher than 5%. Does your mortgage loan also include your property taxes and homeowners insurance in the payment? That could also make an effect. So write that down, that 1,611 there for a second. If you also had, that's your monthly mortgage payment. That's the PI, the principal and the interest. So let's say your property taxes are $9,500 a year, and your homeowner's insurance is $900. So $9,500 plus $900 in homeowner's insurance, that's $10,400 a year. Divide that by 12. That's $866.67, I guess, if you round it all the way down there. And it was 1,611, so add the 1,611 on your mortgage payment. Now that jumps up to $2,477.66 or 67 cents if you round it up. Taxes and insurance can make a big impact on what you can afford, can't it? And New Jersey being the highest tax state in the nation, that's something we need to consider. You don't just look at how much the person was approved for on their mortgage loan when you run out showing them houses. Look at how much the taxes are. Look at their pre-approval letter and see if it also included what the maximum taxes and homeowner's insurance the person can pay as well. It's gonna make a dent in it. It's gonna make a difference. Okay, so what is the mortgage factor on a 4.5% interest rate for 30 years?
$5.07.
And what is that 5.07? It's the factor, but what is that? What does that mean to you?
It's the interest per 1,000.
It's not the interest.
It's the factor.
That's the factor is a dollar amount. That's $5.07 for every $1,000 borrowed. That makes up the principal and interest payment on your mortgage loan. So that 5.07, we call it the factor because we still need to factor it in to the price depending on how many thousands are being borrowed. All right. So for every $1,000 being borrowed, your mortgage payment is going to be $5.07. So let's just see, because we already did the 5%. If it was a $300,000 loan at that 4.5%, only a 0.5% difference, what is your monthly mortgage payment for $300,000 at 4.5%?
$30-year term?
Yep, 30-year term.
$1,521.
So the other one was 1611 at a 0.5% more, so that would have been a $90 more higher in your monthly mortgage payment if you got it at a 0.5% higher. So can the interest rate you get it at cost you more
Yeah.
if you get it at a higher interest rate? Yeah. This chart only goes up to 9%. Your parents, if they bought a home in the 70s, they most likely got an interest rate between 16 and 18% on average. I know today you're like, that's insane. I would never pay that much. Really? It could always go back up to that point again with inflation and things. And what plays a role on the interest rates? What determines the interest rates that are available to you to borrow money? And it's an important thing to understand how interest rates come about. I mean, we don't, oh, I'd never pay that much in interest. I got to wait for the interest rates to come down. Well, will they? What determines the role of interest rates? Whether they go up, whether they go down? What plays a role in that?
How much money is available?
I guess partially, but what else? I mean, they do make it up with a magic wand, but
The index?
what does that mean? I'm playing stupid. What does this stuff mean? You guys are throwing out these terms I don't understand. Explain to me. I need you to dumb it down for me a little bit. What determines the interest rate that you could get? I want a low interest rate.
Like supply and demand. Like
Why
what's
do we
going
have
on?
why is President Trump arguing constantly with the head of the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates? So the Federal Reserve plays a role in the interest rates. But what determines that interest rate that they settle on? Other than his educated guesstimate of the head of the Federal Reserve setting those rates, the cost of money. Well, it's the economy.
I was gonna say inflation.
Inflation. All of those things play a role in the economy, right? Inflation, world events, wars, job availability, the stability of the marketplaces. All of these things play a role in the interest rates, whether they go up or they go down. All right. Job markets, right? What is the jobless numbers, right? All these things play a role. But either way, here are the instructions on this slide on how to use this factor chart. I want you to write above the factor chart mortgage factor chart like I have written here. And above that, there is also a guide there that says how to use this chart. You may want to highlight that title there, how to use this chart. It should give you the same information I have here, because it's based on per $1,000 borrowed. It calculates what the monthly PI is. That's your mortgage payment. Loan amount divided by $1,000 times it by the factor equals your monthly mortgage payment. What were you saying?
It's the current rate 6.5 average right now.
Oh, average. Okay.
Average.
I don't know. It bounces around day to day. Last I checked, actually, was a couple of weeks ago, and it was in the sixes. But let's take a look. What's the average interest rate for a residential mortgage loan?
As of mid-October 2025, average interest rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage is around 6.2 to 6.3%. A 15-year fixed.
Oh, thing was answering me. Yeah, it's about 6.2 to 6.3% is now the average. Okay, so it's still around the same. It was in the 7s and 8s at the beginning of the year. What's changed? Confidence in the market, the economy, jobs, any of that stuff change? That plays a role in your interest rates that are available. Now, that advertised or average interest rate that you're talking about, that advertised interest rate, most lenders usually advertise the best interest rate that's available. So most of you probably will not get it unless you've got stellar credit scores. And your debt to income ratio is not too far out of whack. Then you'll get it that advertised interest rate. Usually they advertise an interest rate that most people won't get. Unless they have great credit scores and their debt to income ratio is not too far out of whack. So right now, the average residential fixed 30-year mortgage, 6.2 to 6.3%, while the 15-year mortgage is averaging 5.5%. So I guess that 2.75% interest rate that I got isn't available anymore. Yeah. All right. Trump attempted to end the tax loopholes for the rich somewhat. However, this negatively impacts states with very high property taxes. For those with, like New Jersey. So this points out states which have extremely high taxes, and New Jersey's one of them. So that Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which went in effect from 2018 to 2025. What year are we in right now? 2025, right? Allows homeowners to deduct interest on qualified home loans up to $750,000, which he lowered from $1 million, because usually people who own homes worth $1 million, do they tend to be more rich, on the rich side, if they own $1 million home or more? Speak to me, people. If you own $1 million home, are you probably rich?
Used to be.
What does that mean? $1 million is a lot of money. What do you mean used to be?
It's so expensive now.
Why?
Because the interest rates are up.
It's not just the interest rates. Interest rates are about the loan. But
Inflation.
Well, what inflated the price of real estate so much that the average real estate cost went so high?
Shortage of houses.
What's causing a shortage of houses?
Influx
Am I
of
like the kid in the back seat? Are we there yet? Why? 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 Well, I had a whole conversation with you guys this morning before the lunch break about this stuff. A lot of factors that led to this, you know, and it is really fundamental for us if we're going to be involved in the real estate business to actually understand what drives these things. So if somebody's having a conversation with us, we don't seem like we don't know what the hell's going on, you know. I mean, you don't need to know this stuff for exams, but you do need to be aware of what drives the prices, what drives them up, you know. Supply and demand typically drove them up in the past, right? How come there's other factors that played a role in it? Well, we got the open borders. We have some politicians that are in favor of sanctuary cities and sanctuary states even that will pay for housing for some people, right? And is government known for being thrifty and shopping for the best deal, or do they just pretty much pay whatever? It ain't their money anyway, right? So these are all some of the factors that help drive up those prices. But I'm just pointing those things out here. All right. So he actually did something. He actually said, well, people who own $1 million homes, they're typically wealthy people. They're not poor people that own $1 million homes. Although you look around New Jersey, you look at some of the prices and the average prices in New Jersey now, you're like, is everybody rich in New Jersey? Or is it just that our politicians keep raising our taxes on us and we don't complain about it and we just take it, whatever they give to us? All right. Just putting it out there. You agree with me or you're not? It is what it is. I'm just saying the things out there. You got your opinions on it? Well, what is your opinion on it? You know, have you complained to anybody? How do you complain when you don't like the fact? Look, we got a governor right now. He got elected when he first ran for governor. This what the hell's his name? Guy, the current guy in there. God, I'm having a brain fart. Sorry. Murphy, Phil Murphy. When he first got elected, didn't he tell us that he's going to raise our taxes, and if if you don't like high taxes, New Jersey's not the state for you? He said that straight out. Yet people still voted for him. And when he went for a re-election, he said it again. And people still voted for him again. Who do you got to blame? Listen, I'm not telling you to vote Republican. I'm just saying if you're a Democrat, vote Democrat. That's fine, but vote for a different one. Someone who's not all, yay, higher taxes. Whoop, whoop. We want to pay higher taxes. Come on. Come on if you want to pay higher taxes. You know, what the hell? And we've been letting politicians do this to us for years. You know, they stick it to us and they don't even use lube. So look, for taxpayers who use married filing separate status, the home acquisition debt limit is $375,000. If they're married filing taxes together, it's $750,000. And that new law ended the deduction for interest on home equity lines of credit for people who are using their houses as piggy banks in 2026. That's next year. So people who take the loans out from their built-in equity and then they use it to go on vacation or buy a car or something else. Well, that actually led to a lot of additional problems in the real estate markets when they were crashing. You know, property values are going up. People are like, let me refinance and do a cash out refi and drain out all that equity. Now they drained it and they spent it on vacation. And now they're like, why should I pay back that money now? Because you already got paid your equity. You know, usually you get paid your equity when you sell your house, but you refinanced and took it out early. So you still got that loan on the house, so you got to pay it back if you now owe that much more money on it. So you're allowed to deduct the interest on your loans, but that's another thing. There's a SALT deduction as well. But so Trump said that if you're going to be taking those equity lines of credit on your real estate, you cannot deduct that interest on that loan from your taxes. However, if you reinvest it in your property to do improvements, you can. Because that's a smart thing that people should be doing. They shouldn't be using their house as a piggy bank, drawing on the equity and then using it to go on vacation and buy cars or throw parties or whatever, right? Now, the upper limit on the state and local tax deductions, the SALT deductions, is now President Trump just did this because it expired here in 2025, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. He actually raised the limits up a little bit again because the blue states were complaining about it. The high taxed blue states like New Jersey, New York, and California. So he raised that limit to $40,000 to appease people. This limit has been particularly hard on property owners in New Jersey, New York, and California because it wasn't 40,000. What was it before when he first did it during his first presidency? Let me move this out of the way.
10,000.
Here we go. It's $10,000. Now it's 40,000. Does your book say 10 or 40? 10,000 probably, right? You could raise that up to 40,000 because he just remember the big beautiful bill that he had passed. Okay, well that big beautiful bill, he raised that SALT limit to 40,000, and this Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that expired in 2025. Well, he renewed it and made it permanent, and he raised the amounts on this. I didn't look up what the amounts were yet. And he raised the deduction here for 40,000. What is that talking about? $40,000? That means your property taxes. Your property taxes. $40,000. I mean, he had it set at 10,000. Do you agree $10,000 is a lot in property taxes to pay every year?
Yes.
I just want to know the opinions. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, If you feel that that's a lot of money, $10,000, I think it's a lot of money, So your property taxes, that's a lot of taxes to be paying. And President Trump put in that SALT thing a deductible limit of $10,000 because, hey, that's a high amount. That should be good enough for everybody in the country, except in extremely high tax states like New Jersey, New York, and California. But does the president set what you pay in property taxes? Who sets your tax rates, what you pay in property taxes?
Government, the governor.
Oh, not even up to the governor. They play a partial role in it because some of the tax dollars goes to the state, the county, but mainly from your municipality. You know anybody on your city council? Did you vote for them just because you went to school with them and you know them? They're cool. Well, you know what? They may be cool, but they ain't cool no more because they keep passing all these bills and stuff to do stuff in town so that they can get reelected on it. But where do they get the money to do these little side projects? Property taxes. They want to offer more benefits to the teachers, to the schools, to the retirement plans and pensions. They want to get more police and firemen. They want to repave the roads. They want to build a little park here. They want to have a concert and festival downtown. All this stuff costs money. Matt, you live in Linden, right?
Yeah, and also a DJ that was a part of those things.
Were you a part of that last one there? That they had that downtown festival. Look, we got these festivals for like everybody from all different cultures and stuff. This last one they did was 3 times the cost of any other one that they've done. And I forget the dollar amount, the dollar figure of it, but it was up there. That John Kaser, he posts all that crap online. He exposes all that stuff. Very active guy in our city. He goes on Facebook all the time and posts stuff, and he's like trolls the mayor all the time. But he posts all kinds of facts out there, and that was one of them. How much of the taxpayer dollars, and it was unfunded. So they still need to come up with that money because that was not a plan in the budget. So anyway, all of these things, now you have these deductions. So, people talk crap about Trump, but look at this. They say, well, he's for the rich guy. He's for the Wall Street and those people, right? But then when he lowers the amount of the value of a home that you could have tax deductions on, because anything above that you should be rich to own a house over $1 million. So he lowers the deductible limit so that rich people can't take these tax benefits, and then people bitch and complain. Well, wait, whoa! I own a home in that price range. Okay, so then you're rich. Oh, I'm not rich. Well, then you're getting ripped off by politicians in your area. Who are the politicians in your area that are raising those taxes on you? Take it to them, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. Who's raising taxes on you like that? They had that SALT deduction on your property taxes. It was only up to $10,000. Well, you pay $10,000 in taxes. You go to most places in this country, they're going to say you must be rich. You must have some property there. You're paying $10,000 or more in property taxes. And here in New Jersey, we're like, please, that's the average. When do we get groomed to accept it? We take it from them like that. I don't want to get too graphic in my descriptions, but they're giving it to us in a way that we should not be so comfortable in taking it. All right. Anyway, so Trump's like, all right, whatever. Here, I'll quadruple the amount to $40,000 a year in property taxes. Now, is that acceptable for everybody? All right. So people complain that he's in bed with the rich people, but yet he puts rules that constrain them, that tax them more, but then they complain about it, and then he had to raise it. So different income tax regulations apply to mortgage loans on investment properties. Licensees should always recommend that their clients consult with a qualified tax professional about their particular situation. All right. What's a point? Let's do the highlighting of it now. We already had it on my slide earlier where I explained it, and I even have an explanation up here again. Unfortunately, the book doesn't have one sentence that's so clear on it. So we're just highlighting the words prepaid interest. Each point is 1% of the new loan. So we're highlighting the word point is prepaid interest, and each point is 1% of the new loan. And then down here, we'll highlight that the IRS allows the buyer to deduct them. Does everybody pay points on their loan? No. Points is prepaid interest on the loan. Some people have to pay them because their debt to income ratio is so out of whack, the only way they could qualify for a loan is paying for points. Or they pay points that are sometimes called discount points to buy down a lower interest rate. Don't do that. Don't purchase a lower interest rate. Rates will come down on their own. You buying a lower interest rate, your money, if you got that extra money, use it to pay towards the principal, to buy down the principal. That's less money they could charge you interest on. That makes more sense. Okay. Let me know when everybody got those highlights. Okay. So here we go with the buy down now. This is just explanation of a buy down. You could pay points in advance to purchase a lower interest rate, but it's not like a 1-to-1 ratio. For every point you pay, for every 1% of the loan amount you pay in advance, they'll give you 1/8 of a point discount on your interest rate. You see the numbers floating around my head? Not making sense? All right. Yeah, your money's worth more in your pocket today than it is down the road, and it'll probably not pay off for you in the long run. You're better off if you have that extra money to pay down your principal so that they could charge you, that's less money you're borrowing that they could charge you interest on for the longer haul. So lending in real estate, we refer to it as risk-based lending. The best interest rate you could get is tied to the amount of risk to the lender. Factors that include this are the down payment amount that you're making. How much of a down payment are you making? So how much skin do you got in the game? Or are you just willing to walk away from this loan if things turn sour on you? What's your credit score looking like? They call it the FICO credit score. Anyone know what FICO stands for? It's just the name of the credit reporting company. It's called the Fair Isaacs and Company Credit Scoring System. Okay. So the DTI, well, what's a good credit score? Anybody know that? Or how about this? What's the average?
620.
620 is considered prime. That's average. Anything below 620 is subprime. It's considered a poor credit score. Are you going to get the best interest rates at that credit score?
No.
No. We all know this, right? You may have trouble even getting a credit card, right? What's the highest credit rating you could get under the Fair Isaacs credit scoring system?
8.
No, it's higher than that.
850?
It's 850. I've had mine up to 840 at one point. Hey, I used to have a crappy credit score at one point in time in my life too. You know, it happens to people when you grow up and you learn about credit, you know, your fiscal responsibility. Anybody here have Credit Karma app?
Yes.
Not download it, put it on your thing. You can keep tabs on your credit and look out for wonky things.
I don't think credit, you said Credit Klarna, right?
Credit Karma.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what I mean. I just feel like, so personally for me, I don't think it's accurate because I purchased a vehicle not too long ago. And the credit report that they pulled wasn't what Credit Karma was showing me.
Well, they should be pulling, when you go get loans and they do hard inquiries on your credit, they check with all 3 major credit reporting agencies. And then all 3 of those credit reporting agencies probably have a different credit score on you. So how do they figure out what your credit score is? Because they just give you one number. Well, they don't average them out. They pick out the one in the middle, and that's your credit score. So it can vary quite a bit between those 3 credit reporting agencies. Credit Karma's got 2, one from TransUnion and Equifax. Here, I'll show off a little bit. Whoop, whoop. I'm at 812 right now. It changes depending if I have a book order out that I just ordered books and I spend thousands of dollars on books at a time. And then when I pay them off, then my credit score goes back up. So my credit score is always bouncing up and down a little bit in the high 7s to the low to mid 8s here. But I usually keep it around the 810 to 820. But yeah, the Credit Karma app's not bad for keeping tabs on your thing, and it'll get you in the ballpark of what your credit score is. It shouldn't be too far off.
No, it wasn't too far off, but it wasn't as accurate. For me, I feel like Discover, if anybody has a Discover card.
Yeah, they got the credit where they follow you as well. Chase has something like that too.
Yeah, I think that the credit wise with Discover, I feel like it's very accurate and it's on like to the T.
Well, by the way, it's good if you track it so that you know if anybody's doing any identity theft for you or anything like that, right? I mean, just take a look at there right now, the arguments with people about being illegal aliens in the United States, right? You got people that are like, well, they're hardworking people. How are they working? Where did they get the credit score from? Or where did they get the Social Security number from in order to work? There's a lot of stolen identities out there. A lot of borrowed Social Security numbers that people are working under. Unless you get your TIN number, that's your taxpayer identification number. Till that happens, you shouldn't be working, right? So if you're working, are you paying taxes? Under what ID? Under what ID, right? Are you getting credit under that too? That ID? That Social Security number? Yeah. So keep tabs on your Social Security numbers. Keep tabs. Look out for things that happen, charges that you're not familiar with, or credit denials or inquiries. Whether it's on Credit Karma or you're using the one on Discover or Chase, All right, let's get back to this here. I guess it's all on topic. We're talking about credit here. The DTI, the debt to income ratio, is also taken into consideration for determining the risk to the lender when they're evaluating whether they're going to give you a loan or not. The value and condition of the property that you're purchasing, as well as the local market conditions. Are they stable? Are they in decline, or are they rising, the values of those properties? It plays a role. Even appraisers, when they do appraisals, they're required to actually put that there. Is the market in this area steady, on the decline, or is it increasing? Because they have to factor all that stuff in. Now, pity payment, a pity fool that makes a pity payment. A pity payment includes your mortgage loan, PI, principal and interest, as well as the property taxes and homeowners insurance. It's your complete monthly mortgage payment for housing, unless you have a condo, and then you also have to factor in the HOA fees. So principal, interest, taxes, and insurance is what PITI stands for. You need to know that. PITI reserves go towards next year's payment of bills. When you buy a house, you have closing costs if you get a loan, right? What consists of those closing costs? What makes up your closing costs when you purchase a house? The coming year's property taxes and homeowners insurance is the majority of that. They have to start the reserve account for the coming year's property expenses. The total monthly expense for housing plus any HOA fees if it is a condo. So a PITI loan is also referred to as a budget loan because you could better budget your expenses because they're all included in one monthly payment. Lenders will incentivize borrowers to include their property taxes and homeowners insurance in your monthly mortgage payment by offering you a discount on your interest rate of about 1/8 of a point again. So that's why a lot of people do it. But are you required to include your property taxes and homeowners insurance in your mortgage payment? No. Now, reserves. What are reserves? Reserves are an amount of money built up for the coming year's future expenses. So the first time you're charged in advance is for the coming year's property taxes and homeowners insurance bill. Now, RESPA law, that's the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, limits the amount of reserves that a lender may require of you. Lenders do periodic accounting annually and must return excess money in the reserve account that is $50 above the maximum tolerance of limitation that they can collect for that reserve amount, whatever amount that is. So you need to know what RESPA stands for. It's the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. Reserves is an amount of money built up for emergencies and repairs, but when it comes to your mortgage loan, it's the money that's built up for the coming year's expenses for taxes and insurance. PITI stands for principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. It's your total monthly expense for housing, also referred to as a budget loan. Let's highlight that and that on page 274. Everybody good? Now, although this guy looks like Count Dracula, yeah, he's pretty bright. He's a pretty bright fella. He talks a little bit about RESPA law here. Says the man who beat the bank, he actually foreclosed on Wells Fargo. Here's another situation where somebody foreclosed on a bank. Why? Well, let's see what happened with his situation here.
This morning from Philadelphia. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. So explain this for us. You actually had a home that Wells Fargo came to you and said, look, you need to take out a homeowner's insurance policy that you don't think it's worth the value of your home. What did you do to Wells Fargo in response?
I told them I wasn't going to renew that policy that they were having me renew. I had an insurance policy on my house, which I had bought for $180,000. And Wells went to the insurance company and said that they wanted me to insure it for $1 million. And as you can imagine, the premium on a policy like that is through the roof. So I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And they said, well, we're going to do it for you. And they force-placed an insurance policy for me that doesn't cover me. It only covers them. And that was the genesis of a dispute with them that's been running for nearly 2 years now.
Well, we did reach out to Wells Fargo, got no response from them. It sounds just like your experience with them, no response at all. Are you surprised by that?
Welcome to the world of dealing with Wells Fargo. No, I'm not surprised at all.
You also then found an interesting loophole, or not a loophole, but you found an interesting law dating back to the 1970s, which enabled you to work this angle, which is they needed to respond to you within 20 days. They needed to respond to you with written responses to your inquiries. They didn't do so, and therefore you were able to place a levy on their office and foreclose on them?
That's true. There's a law called RESPA, and there's a 20-day window that they have to acknowledge receipt of your request, and then they have 60 days to actually respond to that request. And if they don't, it's possible for you to collect damages and even additional fines on top of the damages. So I took them to court here in Philadelphia through the municipal court system. I won a judgment. They ignored the judgment. The court advised them they had to pay. They ignored that court's advice. And so I got a sheriff's levy, and when they ignored that, I ordered a sheriff's sale on their branch in downtown Philadelphia. And they still weren't going to pay. But let me tell you, when the media coverage started and it was on the front page of the business section that their office furniture was going to be sold off to pay a judgment, I had a check in my hands the next day.
Brilliant. And I can imagine a lot of viewers this morning waking up wondering if they're in a similar position. Do you think that your story opens the floodgates for other people watching this morning?
I think it does. I mean, people ask me what I hope to get out of this, and one thing is if I wind up being the Johnny Appleseed of RESPA letters, I would absolutely love for that to be my epitaph. These RESPA letters are not difficult to write. There are numerous consumer resources sites on the internet. There's government sites on the internet that'll help you with that process. And these RESPA letters, the banks are legally required to respond to them. So I would say to consumers, these are a very important tool if you're having a problem communicating with your mortgage lender.
Patrick Rogers from my home city of Philadelphia, good luck to you, and thanks for coming in and telling your story this morning.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Patrick. Coming up here this morning.
That's what's that?
He really had fangs.
Yeah, he did. I told you he was like a little Count Dracula there. Hey, whatever. People got their fetishes, they got their things, whatever. But he was a smart guy when it came to this stuff, you know. So I'm not discounting what he said, you know, because he's right about the RESPA laws and those RESPA letters. You know, if you got a question about the charges that the lender has, lenders need to follow so many laws. For the types of disclosures they give you, how those disclosures are set up, the timelines that they need to give them. They need to respond to requests for information from the consumer in a timely manner. First, they need to acknowledge that they received your request, and then they get more time to respond to it. But they need to follow all those time frames. Otherwise, you could go after them for money for violating the law that they have to pay to you, like happened in his case. And they didn't then pay the fine, the penalty that he was awarded, so he went and decided that he was going to foreclose on the bank. Interesting. So now we get into some math problems. You ready? Get your calculators out, get your scrap paper out. You ready, ready, ready? All right. So a point is prepaid interest on a loan that's tax deductible by the borrower in the year it is paid, no matter who paid them. And the math of a point is that each point is equal to 1% of the loan, not the purchase price. So here's the question for you. And this is very similar to a question I know you get on the school exam. Numbers may be different, but it's a very similar question. If the purchase price is $325,000 and the buyer has to put down 20% and pay 2 points and $5,000 in closing costs, how much money does the buyer need to purchase? What would be your first step here before you start typing numbers in the calculator?
Get 20% or term lease.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? You're a little bit cut off there with the unmuting.
Would you take the 325 and get the 20% down first?
Yeah, I would first figure out what the down payment is, because then what's the next step after that is calculating the points. And how do you calculate a point?
1% per point.
Each point is 1% of what?
Loan amount.
So what's the loan amount?
325.
Is it?
260.
The loan amount, okay, so the purchase price is $325,000. You subtract your down payment from the loan amount and from the purchase price, and then you're left with the loan amount. So what is that, 260 you said, Aaron? All right, so then that would be, okay, let's just take it at that. She ran it through the calculator, so it's 260. So 325 times 20%, that's about $65,000 or somewhere around there, right? Subtract that from the 325, and you get what, 260 as the loan amount? Then what?
You add for the total, you would add the 65 plus the 5,200 plus the 5,000 in closing costs.
And you get $75,200. So I have it all worked out for you on screen if you were working it out and not looking at the screen. I worked it out over here for you guys as I was asking you what are the steps to go through. 325 times the 20% down payment, that's the $65,000 is the 20%. Then you got to subtract that from the purchase price to get the loan amount. So that's how much you need to qualify for. So 260 times 2%, because each point is 1% of the loan amount, right, is $5,200. So now you just add up the 20% down payment that you needed to have, the 2 points, and the $5,000 in closing costs. So to purchase this $325,000 house, you need to have $75,200 to close. And that's not even talking about home inspections, the attorney fee, and all that other stuff. We need to find a loan that allows us to put less money down to buy this house then, huh? Or we need to have a lot of money. So this is your typical conventional loan that requires 20%. Anybody want a snap picture of it before I change the slide? Okay, I'll change the slide. So let's see the same exact problem worded differently. So here's the question, and here's the same exact question worded differently, where they don't spoon feed you all the parts. If the purchase price is $325,000 with an LTV of 80%, and the buyer needs to pay 2 points and $5,000 in closing costs, how much does the buyer need to complete this purchase? See here, they're not spelling out for you that you got to put 20% down. You need to know what an LTV is. That's the loan to value ratio. They'll lend you 80% of the value of the home. So that means the buyer has to put down 20%, right? But they didn't say it outright. You need to know what an LTV is to figure it out if it's worded this way. Okay, so let's take that same math problem that we had for that other one that you needed, what, $75,200 or something like that? Was that the amount? $75,200? Using a conventional loan with a 20% down payment, right? Well, let's purchase that same $325,000 house using an FHA loan, which only requires a 3.5% down payment. But you still need to pay 2 points and $5,000 in closing costs. So how much money do you need to buy the house using an FHA loan? Well, 325 times 3.5%, that's $11,375,000 down payment. So next step is we calculate the points. How do we calculate points? We got to first of all figure out the loan amount. So we got to subtract that $11,375, the down payment, from the purchase price. And that gives us a loan amount of $313,625. So we're borrowing more because we put down less. Now, $313,625 times the 2 points, and that's $6,272.50 in points, those 2 points. And then, of course, we got to pay the $5,000 in closing cost, right? So we got the down payment there, plus the 2 points, plus the $5,000 in closing costs. And how much money do we need to buy a house using an FHA loan? Let's see if it makes it more affordable. $22,647.50. Considerably more affordable than the $75,200 that was needed using the conventional loan requiring 20% down payment, right? So can these government programs make it more affordable for people to get into housing that are not rich? that don't have a lot of cash laying around like that? Definitely. Then why is it when President Obama left office, he raised the he made these loans less desirable? And the way he did that is when you get an FHA loan, you got to carry mortgage insurance on the entire loan. Why did he raise the insurance amount? And he actually also said that you cannot cancel, there's rules that you could cancel the insurance on an FHA loan when equity reaches a certain amount. Well, he put in there, yeah, but now you could only do that if you put down at least 10% when you bought the house and after you had the loan for at least 10 years, I think it is. So, okay, 10 years, that's fine. Most people aren't going to pay down the majority of their loan in 10 years. But he put in there that requirement that if you did not put down at least 10% down payment at the time you bought the house, this insurance that you need in order to get an FHA loan can never be dropped, making the FHA loan less desirable to be in.
This is the PMI?
It is not PMI. It's PMI is private mortgage insurance, which just insures the amount of down payment less than 20% the borrower puts down.
For conventional.
Yeah, so if you only put down 5%, the other 15% needs to be insured.
I see.
So that's private mortgage insurance. MIP is mortgage insurance premium that is required for FHA loans. This insures the entire loan amount because the FHA does not lend money, contrary to popular belief. The FHA is an insurance program. It's a government insurance program. It tells your local lender, hey, if the borrower comes to you wanting to get an FHA loan, if they meet these criteria and the property meets this criteria, lend them your money. And we promise that if they default on the loan, you will not lose a penny. We will insure you so that they don't lose a penny. That's what an FHA loan is. The government, FHA doesn't lend money. They insure the banks against loss if you borrow money from them under their program and you default. And then they'll foreclose on you and then turn the property over to HUD to sell it as a HUD home. But that FHA program went bankrupt several times. Once under President Bush, they did that first bailout, and then they did an even bigger one then under President Obama, the second bailout. And remember when during the Obama one, they were like, wait a minute, we already did this once under Bush, and all these CEOs of banks ended up getting these golden parachute retirement plans and bonuses from the government bailout money from the taxpayers. Don't do that again. Let's give us a minute. Let's have an extra day or two to put some rules in place before we put that money out there, President Obama. And he was like, no. There's an emergency. We can't wait any time for you to put any rules in place on how that money is going to be spent. We know that there's going to be waste, fraud, and abuse, but that money will trickle down into the economy. Trickle down? Aren't these the same people that are always complaining that Republicans are always talking about trickle-down economics, which is actually a made-up thing. It doesn't exist. And they were like, the money will trickle down back into the economy and it'll work itself out. You know? So what happened again? He did an even larger bailout that he approved. And then once again, golden parachutes for bank executives, you know? So he's no better than Bush was. You know, he did the same thing, but on a larger scale even, and could not wait a day or two for politicians to put some safeguards into place on how that money from the bailout from the taxpayers can be used. So basically, a lot of the money went to replenish the FHA insurance program because half the loans out there are FHA loans that people were defaulting on. So the FHA, remember, they tell the banks, lend your money to these people. We'll insure you against loss so you don't lose a penny. So they did, even though property values are now half of what they used to be when people bought them. Well, the FHA is insuring people, the lenders, against loss from the original amount that they lent, which was double the value of what the homes were right now at the time when they were doing the bailout. So, yeah. So the government program went bankrupt and they had to replenish it twice. So he wanted to make it in the future that people who go and get FHA loans, they use these programs because they're good programs for people to get into housing. But he didn't want you to get comfortable in staying in it. So once you reach 20% equity, refinance into a conventional loan and get the hell off the FHA loan program. That's why he made it not a good loan to be on for the life of the loan. Because you could never drop the mortgage insurance premium that you need to pay if you didn't put down at least 10%. And what's the minimum down payment required for an FHA loan?
Was it 3?
3.5.
3.5%. So what do you think most people pay? 3.5%, right? Oh, by the way, another little thing. If you pay attention to the politics in election years, we usually do good under normal circumstances in normal situations. We usually do good. The last 10 or 15 years or whatever it was there, everything got turned upside down on its head. But normally in election years, when things are normal and politicians aren't really doing all kinds of crazy crap to manipulate economies, we do very good. Real estate market does very good in the election years. Why? Because politicians normally are very limited in what they can do for the economy. And so they make small changes. Like, you may not remember this, but it used to be in the FHA loan program, it only required 3% down payment in order to get an FHA loan. When President Obama got elected, he raised it to 3.5%. But then when he went up for his election year to get reelected, he lowered it back down to 3%. After the election, he raised it back up to 3.5%. Why? Because if you lower the amount of down payment, more people can afford homes and go out there and buy houses, et cetera, you know? And so it gives the impression, when you look at the housing market, it's usually a leading indicator of where the economy is going. So it's a way for them to manipulate it a little bit. I'm not trying to pick on Obama here. I'm just trying to show the way presidents manipulate some stuff in small ways to try to give the impression that under their rule, things are getting better, you know? So he had the power to mess around with how much down payment was required for an FHA loan. So that's what he did, you know. But presidents do stuff like this all the time during election years to manipulate it a little bit. And so therefore, the real estate market, it gets pretty good in an election year for us normally. Okay, just to keep it there locked up in the back of your head, you know, every 4 years we got a pretty good, it's going to be pretty good for us. You'll have more buyers out there. Okay.
I'm going to ask a question. When I got my loan, I got a conventional. And then during pandemic, I refinanced. I got a FHA. I have an interest rate is 3% now,
Nice.
but
Nice.
I was told that now I can't get rid of my PMI. Is that right?
Yes. If you did not put down at least 10% at the time you bought when you,
Refinance.
yeah. Did you have 10% down? No. Then you can never drop it. Normally you could drop it when equity reaches 78% after having the loan for 10 years.
Yeah.
But President Obama changed the rule that said if you didn't put down at least 10% when you bought it, you can never drop it now.
What if I refinance?
I wouldn't. You're not going to get that 3% interest rate.
No, I know.
You're not going to get anywhere near it right now. You get double that.
No.
So stick with what you got. Even with the PMI, it may be. Oh, I'm sorry, the MIP that you're paying, the mortgage insurance premium you're paying. You're probably still making out like a bandit with that 3% interest rate. I did the same thing. I refinanced. I got it at 2.75. So I got it at the right time. I seen that it dropped. I actually just refinanced, and then it dropped again, so I refinanced again. Really quick because I knew that you weren't going to get a lower interest rate than that. 270. When the hell is that going to happen? 2.75% interest rate? We'll never see that again in our lifetime. No. Okay, so once again, in this chart here, you could see each bar represents 1 year in a 30-year mortgage loan, and the dark color of that chart, of that bar, shows that's the interest. How much of your monthly mortgage payment goes towards the interest, and this little bitty bit up there, the tippy top, that's how much goes towards paying down your principal for at least the first half of a 30-year mortgage. So we're going to do a little math here, a little more math using this factor chart, which I already taught you on how to use it. Oh, before we do, it looks like I got a retirement and affordability thing about different states. We know New Jersey's the highest tax state in the nation. Anybody have a retirement plan they started yet? Or are you all too young to start thinking about that? Listen, you should start thinking about it at a younger age. Start putting away money towards your retirement so that you can retire at a younger age, okay? And more comfortably. But there's this news story that I have here from Fox Business Channel I'm about to show you. This is over a year old here, but these guys on the Business Channel, I told you to listen to business news. On the Business Channel, they talk about if you retired with $1 million in savings, how long would that last you? So, I mean, most people retire at 65, right? So if you retire and you have $1 million in savings, how long can you get by and survive in New Jersey or New York or any of these other states? Anybody got a guess how long $1 million will last you?
8 years.
8 years. God, I hope it lasts longer than that. But yeah, these are expensive states, right? So let's take a look at this.
The report, by the way, noted that even with $1 million in retirement savings, the average person would only be able to cover about 14 years of expenses in New York City. And I'm not
You aren't too far off.
sure it would go that far. New Jersey came in 49th in affordability, followed by Vermont, Massachusetts, Maryland, Washington, Connecticut, Maine, Illinois, and Oregon. California not in there, making up the bottom 10. Okay, let's get to the other side of the story. Where's the most affordable place? Alabama, #1, as the most affordable state to retiring, followed by Tennessee, West Virginia, South Carolina, Wyoming, Delaware, Georgia, Arkansas, Florida, and Mississippi. In other words, the South. All right, Stu, there you go. New York, though, not very affordable, apparently.
That was a very nice summary. In other words, the South.
All right, well, there you go.
The report, by the way.
So, okay, so how do we calculate we're going to do some math here, and I got the formulas all laid out. If you guys want to snap a picture of just the formulas before I put the question up there. This applies to, well, some problems you'll probably get. So, how do you calculate your monthly payment? Well, you use that mortgage factor chart, right? And then the factor, you multiply it by per $1,000 borrowed. And that'll give you your PI, your monthly mortgage payment, the principal and the interest. Now, how do you calculate the monthly interest? Well, you take the full loan amount, not the amount per 1,000, but the full loan amount times the interest rate equals the annual interest rate, divided by 12 months will give you the monthly interest rate. See, I could care less if you guys are good at math. You get to use calculators, for crying out loud. I need you to remember the formulas.
Do we have to purchase a calculator for the test, right? We can't use our phones.
No, you can use the one that's on the computer, or you could get a basic one like this. You cannot use your phone. You can't have your phone in the room with you. Okay, they see a phone, you failed. So don't put your phone in your room. Okay, or take it with you to the testing center. You know, they'll tell you to put they got lockers, and they'll have you put everything in a locker. All right. But yeah, a basic calculator, no real estate calculators, just a simple calculator without any memory, because they don't want you like typing in the questions to steal the questions from the exam or anything like that either. Okay. So how do you calculate how much of your monthly mortgage payment goes towards paying down your principal? Well, PI minus I equals P. What did I just say? Principal and interest, that's your monthly mortgage payment, minus the monthly interest payment equals the amount of the principal that goes to pay down your debt. So you need to you need to know these three calculations in order to figure all that out. So you may want to snap a picture of these three formulas up here. Well, the first one's not real. I guess it is a formula. It's how to use that mortgage factor chart, which they will supply to you for exam. And everybody knows how to read that factor chart, right? You run your finger down where the interest rate is, and then across to the term. And then that'll give you the factor. And what is a factor? Well, that's a dollar amount per $1,000 borrowed. All right, so let me give you a problem here. The question is a $400,000 loan, not the purchase price, but a loan. You got to pay attention to how questions are worded, whether it says it's the purchase price or if it's the loan amount. So you have a $400,000 loan for 30 years at a 5% interest rate. What is the factor for 30 years at 5% interest rate? Well, we could go back to that previous slide. Here we go. 30 years, 5% interest rate. It's 5.37, right? So the factor is 5.37. So how much is the monthly mortgage payment, and how much of that goes towards paying down the principal? So I want you to tell me what the PI is, which should be easy to figure out using the chart. And then I want you to tell me how much of that monthly payment goes towards the principal. And after you get to it, let me know, and then I'll work it out on the screen here by advancing the slide. All right, I'll let you guys work this out for a minute. In the meantime, I'm going to go down and refill my water. I'll be back in just a moment while you guys work on that. Sorry about that. Okay. Everybody got it figured out here? Let's take a look and see. So what's the next step? How do we figure out the PI?
Divide 400,000 divided by 1,000.
So we got 400,000 or 400. Then
And you multiply that by the rate of 5.37.
so we multiply it by the factor and we get
2,148.
that would be correct. Now, how do we calculate the P? How do we get the P out of the PI?
You take that 400,000 and subtract it from the 2148, and it gives you 300.
You know, we take, okay, so here, forget about the numbers. So the numbers don't confuse anybody. The PI, to get the P out of the PI, we need to figure out the I. The I is the interest, right? How do we calculate interest? On an annual basis, using the full loan amount. So, what were you saying you do with the 400,000?
You take the 5% to get the yearly and
Yeah,
divide that by 12.
so you got it right in the question itself. You take 400,000 times the 5%. That'll give you the annual interest. Then you divide that by 12 months to get the monthly interest. Once you got the monthly interest, you subtract the I from the PI to get the P. So there you go. 400,000, the loan amount, times the 5% interest rate equals 20,000 annual interest, divided by 12 months to get $1,666 in I, interest. So now we subtract that, take the 2148, the PI, subtract the 1666, the I, you shake it all about, and you get your principal. $482 from $2,148 payment. Only $482 went to pay down the amount you borrowed. The rest was interest. Wow. It's kind of shocking when you actually look and you break down the numbers, huh? No wonder why it takes 30 years to pay it off. All right. Well, sorry. If anybody wants to snap a picture of that, I got that up there now for you to snap a picture if you want to work it out and get the picture of it. You could always, if your Zoom controls are in the way, you could always grab them and click and hold on the Zoom controls, and you could drag them off to the side or up or the bottom of the screen. I don't know where your Zoom controls are. You know, where the mic and the camera buttons are, you could just click on those and drag them off to the side. Okay. All right. Everybody who wanted a picture got it? All right. So let's do another problem. We're going to actually take the same problem that we just did, and we're going to calculate the pity. If the taxes are $9,000 a year and the property insurance is $900 a year, what is the pity payment? Remember from the previous slide, the PI is $2,148. Now we take the $900 in annual taxes plus the $900 in annual insurance to get $9,900. And then we divide it by 12 to get the monthly payment, $825 a month in taxes and insurance. Add that to your 2148 in principal and interest, the loan amount, and that very affordable $400,000 home at $2,148 a month goes up to $2,973 a month. Whew, starting to sweat about that monthly mortgage payment a little bit now. That's a payment you're going to need to make consecutively every month for the next 30 years. Of course, you know your taxes and insurance are probably going to go up over the next 30 years. So you know that payment's going to probably tick up even higher. These are things you need to consider when buying a home. Everybody good? All right, so let's compare two mortgage loans. You get a question like that on exam usually. How much would you save on interest over the life of a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan if the loan amount's $300,000 and the interest rate is at 5%? This is the way it'll appear on exam, just as words. No graphs, no charts, no nothing. So what would be your approach? Even though I kind of showed you I showed you what the answer is, and I showed you a chart that I already put together for this, but let's see, what would your first step be?
Go to the chart.
Go to the chart. What chart?
The factor chart?
There you go. And what are you going to figure out on the factor chart?
The amount. You go to the loan, the 5%, and then scroll over to the 25-year and the 30-year.
Okay, so what is the factor for a 25-year loan at 5% interest? And what is the factor of a 30-year loan at 5% interest? And why are you looking for both of those? Well, you know what? Let's just first do that. Tell me what the factor is for each one of those.
585 for 25, and then for a 30-year, it's 5.37.
Okay. And now what are you going to do?
You multiply each one by the total amount of the loan.
And what does that give you then?
See you in a minute.
No, not the number. Just tell me what it does. What is that figure that it gives you? I don't care about the number. I just wanted to make sure you know how to do this.
Oh,
So-
it gives you the monthly amount that you'll be paying.
So it gives you the monthly mortgage payment.
Yeah. And then you
Okay.
subtract to compare the difference between the two.
But that won't wait. The question here-
Between the 25 and the 30.
hold on a second. That would work for telling you the difference for that month. This question says, how much in interest would you save over the life of the loan? Remember, that interest figure is going to vary each month, so you can't just calculate it for the month and then times it by how many years or whatever it is. Yeah, it's asking you for how much you would save on interest over the life of the loan. I mean, you're right up until the point where you got the monthly mortgage payment for the principal and interest. Here's the key secret to figuring this out now. How many months are there in a 25-year loan, and how many months are there in a 30-year loan? Well,
240, 48 and 3 not 248, 348 and 360.
Well, 25-year loan, 25 times 12, that'll give you 300. There's 300 months in 25 years, and there's 360 months in 30 years. So take your monthly mortgage payment for the 25-year loan and times it by 300. That'll tell you the total amount that you paid over the life of the loan, including principal and interest. Now, if you want to find out how much of that was going towards the interest, how much did you borrow? It's in the question. 300,000. So then you subtract that. Here, let me show you. Oh, here's that chart. Here's them. Here I got it broken down side by side for you. You were right. I wanted to make sure that that you knew what you're doing and you go step by step. I could care less if you guys know the math because you could use calculators. I want you to know the process, okay? The formulas. So on a 25-year loan, the factor was 5.85, and the 30-year it was 5.37. In 25 years times 12 months, there's 300 months in 25-year loan and 360 months in 30-year loan. So we did that right. Now we calculate the monthly mortgage payment by taking the 300, because you borrowed 300,000. I should change this question because the 300 I think may be getting confusing here, but there's 300 thousands and 300,000. So you times that by the factor to figure out that the monthly mortgage payment on a 25-year loan is $1,755 and it's $1,611 on a 30-year loan. When you multiply 300 by the factor of 5.37. Now that we know the monthly mortgage payment, if we times it by the number of months over the 25-year loan, 1,755 times 300 months in 300 payments there in a 25-year loan, you would have paid back $526,500 to borrow that $300,000. So how much in interest did you pay? Well, subtract the amount you borrowed, the principal, from the principal and interest to get the interest. And do it to the other loan. And holy you know what? That's a lot of do-re-mi. Okay, so look at that. If you borrow $300,000 for 25 years, you would have paid back paid $226,500 in interest. You would have paid back totally $526,500 to borrow 300. So it's $226,500 in interest payments on a 25-year loan. On a 30-year loan, you would have paid back $579,960 to borrow 300,000. That's $279,960 in interest. Almost the amount you borrowed. Now, if you subtract one from the other, then you get the difference. And the answer to the question. $53,460 in savings if you get a 25-year loan versus 30. $53,560 in savings of interest payments to pay it off 5 years sooner. Dang. Kind of shocking when you actually break down the numbers, huh? Is the formula difficult to figure out? No. Look, I got the instructions here. Maybe I could clean it up a little bit, but that's basic the instructions. If you want to snap a picture, I suggest you do. Here's that question that was asked on the previous slide, and here's how we solved it. Step by step. All right, everybody got their screenshots in or pictures or whatever? Everybody need a second? Because I'm about to change it. Boom. All right, so I got a couple more questions here that you could go over in your own time. We'll skip that one. We'll skip that one. You guys can do that on your own where I got them worked out. All right. T formula, you remember this. We showed it to you on the first day and several times after that. When you're trying to figure out certain math problems, the small number goes in the calculator first. It goes at the top of the T in the T formula, the large number on the bottom, and a percentage or rate on the other. You divide down and multiply across to figure out the missing numbers to figure out certain math problems. So TGIF, not thank God it's Friday, but the top number goes in the calculator first. It just happens to be Friday. Okay. You divide down, multiply across to find the missing numbers. So what numbers would that be? Well, I got this slide once again, shows you the T formula here, but then it shows you all the different problems that it can figure out. I got to redo this silly picture with that cap on my head there. All right. So you can figure out commission problems, interests, market value or cap rates, net loss or profits, and taxes. You can do tax problems. Remember, when doing tax problems, it's got to be based on annual figures. So if you get any monthly figures or anything, you got to convert it to annual in order to use the T formula for it to work out right. Just remember that. All right, everybody got their screenshots of this that needed it? You good? All right, so here's an example of what I meant. Because if you get a question, it'll just be this top part here. If the monthly interest payment at 5% is $1,200 a month, what is the principal amount of the loan? I mean, really, cover the rest of this up. Don't even look at the rest of the problem, the rest of the slide. Just look at the question. If the monthly interest payment is at 5%, or monthly interest payment at 5% is $1,250 a month, what is the principal amount of the loan? How much did you borrow? Remember, I told you to use the T formula when it comes to these. When it comes to this, you got to calculate it on an annual basis. So take that monthly and times it by 12. That gives you the 15,000 that I wrote in here already at the top of the T formula. That's how I came about that. Then you divide down. The interest rate's 5%. So you divide it by 5% or 0.05, and you get $300,000. You can snap a picture of this too if you like. Shows you how we worked it out. T formula is very useful in making these math problems a lot easier to figure out. You just need to know the numbers to plug in. So once again, there's the T formula and the different problems you could figure out, and all three numbers that you need to figure out each type of problem. All right, let's get past the math. Math is boring, some of you, that's okay. We could get to the Your Home Loan Toolkit and try to finish up the rest of the crap in this chapter, which takes up a lot of time. So let's try to zip through it. So the Your Home Loan Toolkit, you know, when President Obama was president, he actually created a new agency in the government called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB. And they took over a lot of the duties that HUD had when it came to lending and such for real estate. So in order to justify their existence, they took a lot of the forms that were already created by HUD and they renamed them or merged some and gave them a new name. So don't shoot the messenger here who's just teaching you this stuff. You need to know what the original document was called and what the new name is and the timeline it needs to be given to the consumer by the lender. So, lenders are required by the CFPB to provide this toolkit to the consumer that aids them in shopping for homes and aids them in shopping for loans and comparing loans. So lenders are required to provide this toolkit to the consumer within 3 business days of their completed loan application. When is a loan application considered complete? When the aliens have landed. I'm for real. When the aliens are present. Aliens is just another acronym they created. It stands for when the borrowers have provided the address of the property that's to be purchased, the loan amount that's requested, the income of all the borrowers, their estimated value of the property, the names of all the borrowers, and their social security numbers. See, it spells alien. Aliens. All right? I told you I wasn't joking. Sound like a joke, but it wasn't.
So did
All
they
right.
just add the S to it? Because wasn't it earlier in the book it was just alien?
It was aliens earlier in the earlier chapter 2. Yeah, it was aliens. And the social security, because they need social security numbers as well to run the credit. Now, nobody's required to explain this booklet, this toolkit. So they say real estate licensees should go over it with the consumer. I've always gone over this stuff, how explaining the things that are in the booklet, but I never went over it with the booklet with people. I always just told people, hey, listen, ignore the mortgage rep, because when you go apply for a loan with them, they're going to tell you not to go shopping for loans because then it's going to affect your credit and your credit score may go down a little bit because they keep doing credit inquiries on you. Stop. It's not going to make that big of a difference in your credit score. If 1 or 2 points in your credit score is going to make or break the fact of you getting the loan at the interest rate you wanted, then maybe you need to get your financial house in order before you start shopping for a house. So does it affect the credit if you go start doing a lot of shopping for mortgage loans with a lot of lenders? Yeah, a little bit, a tiny bit, maybe a point or two, because they realize that you're shopping to compare mortgages. Okay, so it's not going to destroy your credit. So don't do that comparison. Just don't go crazy and go to like 40 different lenders. That's a little bit overboard. Then yeah, your credit score may take a bigger dip. Okay, so the opportunity for a buyer's agent to educate their clients is by educating them, right? You could supply that toolkit to them so that they could know how to compare and shop for loans. The New Jersey Real Estate Commission, actually, it was the DOBI, Department of Banking and Insurance, created this home buyer's guide for the consumer, which I think is an excellent guide. I sent them something that they need to update it, though, but it is still pretty accurate. And then the NJHMFA, New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency, they also have a home shopping guide and comparison for the different loan products. NJHMFA does not lend money. They're kind of like the FHA is with the federal government, but they're a New Jersey agency where they have certain loan programs that are insuring lenders against loss if the borrower defaults. They got those first-time home buyer loan programs that, Matt, you were talking about. They got these programs for teachers, firemen, and police officers from their pension program. They've got programs for people who work from home or for those who go to work in off-peak business hours to try to relieve congestion on our busy roads. They got special loan programs for these folks as well. So that's all through the NJHMFA. They're also the ones that give us those interest-free loans for up to $10,000 to get those water filtration systems when your water is supplied coming from wells. Remember that? So they also got that interesting program for first-time home buyers where they'll give you the money, a loan for the down payment and closing costs. And that in a second loan. However, that's a self-liquidating loan that you do not need to pay back if you live in the property for at least 5 years. So let me first share with you the all these links here. Once I get past everything here. Here we go. I'll share that information with you there. Now, some topics covered in the Your Home Loan Toolkit that the CFPB requires lenders to give to the consumer helps determine affordability of loans. It discusses how credit scores affect the availability of mortgage money, how to choose the best loan and down payment, understanding the trade-off between points and interest rates, value of shopping for several lenders, and how to avoid pitfalls and problems. It also discusses what the loan estimate is, the LE, and what the closing disclosure is, the CD. Now, we're going to learn in the coming slides that you do need to know the loan estimate that is given to the consumer at the beginning of the transaction within 3 business days of aliens, their completed loan application. The LE replaces the GFE. That's the good faith estimate that was a document that HUD normally created. They renamed it the LE, the loan estimate. And the closing disclosure is given to the consumer at least 3 business days before the closing. And there has to be at least 7 days between the time of the loan estimates given to the consumer and the time that the closing takes place. Now, you would think that there's going to be way more time than that in between, right? Since the loan estimate is given at the beginning of the transaction and the CD is given towards the end. However, under certain circumstances, we're going to learn a new loan estimate needs to be reissued if there are certain changes to the borrower's employment or financial situation, and some other situations of the loan product that they're getting. And then the borrower, the consumer, should compare the LE numbers on the loan estimate at the beginning of the transaction to the actual closing numbers on the CD towards the end of the transaction. The lender is allowed a slight difference in those figures. Anything over a certain threshold, the lender is required to eat those costs. So, the LE is discussed on page 294 and 299, and the CD on page 299, 389, and 394. We're going to go over this stuff. Let's start with highlighting the Your Home Loan Toolkit there on page 275. The Your Home Loan Toolkit, lenders are obliged to provide the booklet to the borrowers within 3 business days of their completed loan application. And I gave you a link to the website where you could take a look at the CFPB's website and check out the toolkit. All right, conventional insured and guaranteed loans. What's the difference? What's a conventional loan? Well, it's sometimes referred to as a portfolio loan. You get them from either conventional lenders or you could call them portfolio lenders. You see, sometimes people call the loans or the lenders conventional or portfolio. So what is a conventional or portfolio loan, and what is a conventional or portfolio lender? They're lenders who lend their own money. They don't have an intent to resell those loans on the secondary market. Remember I explained to you guys that you go to your local bank to get a loan to buy a house? We call that loan origination. They usually have some sort of a lending criteria that determines whether they're going to grant you the loan or not. And those criteria are based on some investors' arbitrary guidelines for the types of loans that they're willing to buy. So you go to your local bank, if you're approved for the loan, they know that they already have a buyer lined up to purchase that loan from that bank. So the bank can recoup the money, some of the interest, and maybe even get paid a servicing fee to continue doing the collections and rendering accounting for the monthly mortgage payments. So these loans are directly between the lender and the borrower with no third-party involvement or influence because they don't plan on reselling them to any third-party investors. They plan on keeping them within their own investment portfolio because, as you've seen in the last problem we just figured out, you could make a lot of money in lending money for buying houses, right? So because the lender doesn't plan on reselling the loans, they also have more flexibility in who they lend to. They're not so rigid in their lending standards. It doesn't mean that they're going to give loans to people with piss poor credit who have a history of defaulting on loans and not paying them back on time or at all. This is where for conventional lenders and portfolio lenders, you take the people who are stable, they're a low risk, but they just don't meet the criteria for traditional loan avenues, okay? Now, government-backed loans include those from the FHA that insures loans but don't lend money. And the VA, the Department of Veterans Affairs, they guarantee 25% of the loan amount made to the veteran, although the VA does not lend money directly. They guarantee the lender 25% of the loan if the veteran defaults on it. So it's as if the veteran put down 25%. So because they have such a large amount, do they need to carry private mortgage insurance? No. And that's with 100% financing because the federal government, the Department of Veterans Affairs, guarantees 25% of the loan. So neither the FHA or the VA lends money. And both the VA and the FHA require a special amendatory clause be added to the contracts for anybody who's purchasing a property using an FHA or VA loan to buy a house. What is the purpose of that special amendatory clause? It says if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Period. You need to know that for exams. Now, the NJHMFA, well, that's the New Jersey Mortgage Housing Finance Agency, and they do not lend money directly, like I just said. They have approved lenders to give their loans through their various loan programs that they've created, that they then insure. And then you could also get loans directly from the government through the REC-D. That's the Rural Economic Community Development, formerly called the Farmers Home Loan Administration. These loans are funded by the USDA. Yes, that's the United States Department of Agriculture, the ones that stamp that your foods are good to go. They inspect the foods and such. The USDA, yeah, it's the same USDA. The United States Department of Agriculture, they lend money to people who buy homes in rural areas. And it's not just farmers, it's anybody that buys a home in a rural area, which also includes Indian reservations. You may want to snap a picture of this because my explanations are way better than what the book got here. And then what we'll highlight in the book. Everybody got their screenshots in that wanted them? Okay. Oh. Once again, what is an urban area? What is a suburban area? And what is a rural area? We discussed it last. We had this slide in the last chapter. You know, urban areas are densely populated areas where you got a lot of people living within a small distance from each other because there's high rises and apartment buildings, etc. Then we have suburbia or suburban areas, which are less densely populated. You know, they have more 1 and 2 family, maybe even 3 and 4 family homes. There's more space in between the living quarters. And then we have rural areas, which are people that live out in the country. They live far from each other. You'd be lucky if you could see your neighbors. So in the book, I guess we could highlight some things here. Conventional loans are those arranged entirely between the borrower and the lender. Well, it looks like they changed the definition here a little bit in your book. Conventional loans are those arranged entirely between the borrower and the lending institution. Okay, that's still there, but they added another line that says, no government-related entities are involved in a conventional loan. Yeah, these are loans directly between the borrower and the lender with no third-party involvement or influence. Government-backed loans are insured by the FHA or guaranteed by the VA. They guarantee that 25% of the loan amount, but neither one of them lends money. I wrote in here that the maximum seller concession allowed for an FHA and VA loan is 6% of the loan amount. Loans directly from the government are from the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency, or NJHMFA for short. And then conventional loan down here. These are originated by, some people call them portfolio lenders, some people call them conventional lenders. There's no third-party involvement or influence from outside sources that say that we'll buy the loan from you if the borrower meets these criteria and the property that they're purchasing meets this criteria. So there's no outside influence like that for the lender to change their lending standards. They have the final say in who they lend their money to. And I got a note down at the bottom that the maximum seller concession allowed for a conventional loan from portfolio lenders is 3% of the loan amount. Let me know when everybody got the highlights and all the notes and whatnot taken down. so I know when to continue.
Ready.
Ready, Freddy? Let's do this. So how does lending work in a nutshell? I got it broken down here with my little story. Most lenders don't lend their own money, and those that do are called portfolio lenders, and their loans are called conventional or portfolio loans. So who do consumers get loans from to buy real estate? Well, they get the money from banks, credit unions. Credit unions are nonprofit banks. Investors like insurance companies and investment funds, hedge funds and such. These are common sources of obtaining funds for loans. Banks lend their depositors money. Now, this is not completely true, but let's just stick with it because that's the story that everybody believes how lending works as of right now. I'll show you that little cartoon movie or couple minutes of it that will explain how lending really works, which is going to be so simple, it's going to blow your mind. Banks lend their depositors money according to some third-party investors' criteria. We call those lending guidelines for the loans that they're willing to purchase. Then they sell those loans to get their depositors' money back, plus some of the interest paid up front as a profit. Sometimes those investors will also pay the bank a servicing fee to continue doing the collections of the monthly mortgage payment and render the billing and accounting to the consumer and the lender. Now, the primary mortgage market is where these loans are originated to the consumer to buy real estate. Then those loans are shortly after resold to another bank or investor. That's called the secondary market, where those loans originated in the primary market are then resold to these investment groups. Everybody clear on how that works? Everybody, nobody confused about this? Okay, it's all simple so far? Okay. So here's the video I got for you. Money as debt. There's a couple versions here. I guess this one is probably the best one that I'm going to show you on the next slide here. And I got this link. I will share this link with you guys too. It's a video that calls from this guy called Paul Minion, I think his name is. He's some Canadian guy. He's a world economist that he really simplifies the understanding of how lending works. So we're going to watch this until, we're going to watch about 17 minutes of it. That's what we're going to do. And let me just minimize the videos, shut my video off, and I'll try to optimize everything. And then I'll share that YouTube link with you so you can watch the rest of the video on your own time, if it's of interest to you. Okay, so without further ado, read this stuff too. Look at this. You guys may have heard of this guy before. The Rothschild family, the Rothschild dynasty in the United States here. They're all bankers, right? So, permit me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws. Yeah, because you control the money. That's from the banker Mayer Anselm Rothschild.
Two great mysteries dominate our lives, love and money. What is love is a question that has been endlessly explored in stories, songs, books, movies, and television. But the same cannot be said about the question, what is money? It's not surprising that monetary theory hasn't inspired any blockbuster movies, but it was not even mentioned at the schools most of us attended. For most of us, the question, where does money come from, brings to mind a picture of the mint printing bills and stamping coins. Money, most of us believe, is created by the government. It's true, but only to a point. Those metal and paper symbols of value we usually think of as money are indeed produced by an agency of the federal government called the Mint. But the vast majority of money is not created by the Mint. It is created in huge amounts every day by private corporations known as banks. Most of us believe that banks lend out money that has been entrusted to them by depositors. Easy to picture, but not the truth. In fact, banks create the money they loan, not from the bank's own earnings, not from the money deposited, but directly from the borrower's promise to repay. The borrower's signature on the loan papers is an obligation to pay the bank the amount of the loan plus interest, or lose the house, the car, whatever asset was pledged as collateral. That's a big commitment from the borrower. What does the same signature require of the bank? The bank gets to conjure into existence the amount of the loan and just write it into the borrower's account. Sound far-fetched? Surely that can't be true. But it is. To demonstrate how this miracle of modern banking came about, consider this simple story, the goldsmith's tale. Once upon various times, pretty much anything was used as money. It just had to be portable, and enough people had to have faith that it could later be exchanged for things of real value, like food, clothing, and shelter. Shells, cocoa beans, pretty stones, even feathers have been used as money. Gold and silver were attractive, soft, and easy to work with, so some cultures became expert with these metals. Goldsmiths made trade much easier by casting coins, standardized units of these metals whose weight and purity was certified. Well, to protect his gold, the goldsmith needed a vault, and soon his fellow townsmen were knocking on his door, wanting to rent space to safeguard their own coins and valuables. Before long, the goldsmith was renting every shelf in the vault and earning a small income from his vault rental business. Years went by, and the goldsmith made an astute observation. Depositors rarely came in to remove their actual physical gold, and they never all came in at once. That was because the claim checks the goldsmith had written as receipts for the gold were being traded in the marketplace as if they were the gold itself. This paper money was far more convenient than heavy coins, and amounts could simply be written instead of laboriously counted one by one for each transaction. Meanwhile, the goldsmith had another business. He lent out his gold, charging interest. Well, as convenient claim check money came into acceptance, borrowers began asking for their loans in the form of these claim checks instead of the actual metal. As industry expanded, more and more people asked the goldsmith for loans. This gave the goldsmith an even better idea. He knew that very few of his depositors ever removed their actual gold, so the goldsmith figured he could easily get away with lending out claim checks against his depositors' gold, in addition to his own. As long as the loans were repaid, his depositors would be none the wiser and no worse off, and the goldsmith, now more banker than artisan, would make a far greater profit than he could by lending only his own gold. For years, the goldsmith secretly enjoyed a good income from the interest earned on everybody else's deposits. Now a prominent lender, he grew steadily richer than his fellow townsmen, and he flaunted it. Suspicions grew that he was spending his depositors' money. His depositors got together and threatened withdrawal of their gold if the goldsmith didn't come clean about his newfound wealth. Contrary to what one might expect, this did not turn out to be a disaster for the goldsmith. Despite the duplicity inherent in his scheme, his idea did work. The depositors had not lost anything. Their gold was all safe in the goldsmith's vault. Well, rather than taking back their gold, the depositors demanded that the goldsmith, now their banker, cut them in by paying them a share of the interest. And that was the beginning of banking. The banker paid a low interest rate on deposits of other people's money that he then loaned out at a higher interest. The difference covered the bank's cost of operation and its profit. The logic of this system was simple, and it seemed like a reasonable way to satisfy the demand for credit. However, this is not the way banking works today. Our goldsmith banker was not content with the income remaining after sharing the interest earnings with his depositors, and the demand for credit was growing fast as Europeans spread out across the world. But his loans were limited by the amount of gold his depositors had in his vault. That's when he got an even bolder idea. Since no one but himself knew what was actually in his vaults, he could lend out claim checks on gold that wasn't even there. As long as all the claim check holders didn't come to the vault at the same time and demand real gold, how would anyone find out? This new scheme worked very well, and the banker became enormously wealthy on the interest paid on gold that did not exist. The idea that the banker would just create money out of nothing was too outrageous to believe, so for a long time the thought did not occur to people. But the power to just invent money went to the banker's head, as you can well imagine. In time, the magnitude of the banker's loans and his ostentatious wealth did trigger suspicions once again. Some borrowers started to demand real gold instead of paper representations. Rumors spread. Suddenly, several wealthy depositors showed up to remove their gold. The game was up. A sea of claim check holders flooded the street outside the closed doors of the bank. Alas, the banker did not have enough gold and silver to redeem all the paper he had put into their hands. This is called a run on the bank, and it is what every banker dreads. This phenomenon of a run on the bank ruined individual banks and, not surprisingly, damaged public confidence in all bankers. It would have been straightforward to outlaw the practice of creating money from nothing. But the large volumes of credit the bankers were offering had become essential to the success of European commercial expansion, so instead the practice was legalized and regulated. Bankers agreed to abide by limits on the amount of fictional loan money that could be lent out. The limit would still be a number much larger than the actual value of gold and silver in the vault. Quite often the ratio was 9 fictional dollars to 1 actual dollar in gold. These regulations were enforced by surprise inspections. It was also arranged that, in the event of a run, central banks would support local banks with emergency infusions of gold. Only if there were runs on a lot of banks simultaneously would the banker's credit bubble burst and the system come crashing down.
That central bank here in the United States is the Federal Reserve, which is not part of the federal government. It's just a club that all the bankers belong to.
Over the years, the fractional reserve system and its integrated network of banks backed by a central bank has become the dominant money system of the world. At the same time, the fraction of gold backing the debt money has steadily shrunk to nothing. The basic nature of money has changed. In the past, a paper dollar was actually a receipt that could be redeemed for a fixed weight of gold or silver. In the present,
that's when it used to be tied to the gold standard, right?
Money has changed. In the past, a paper dollar was actually a receipt that could be redeemed for a
yeah, if you I'm trying to back this up just a slight bit here.
In the past, a paper dollar was actually...
Okay, so you see here the blue mark. Today, if you see a dollar bill, this is green. If you see it in blue or red, that means it's redeemable for its face value in gold or silver. You see it says in silver, $1 in silver payable to the bearer on demand. That means you bring it in, the government has to give you $1 worth of silver.
A receipt that could be redeemed for a fixed weight of gold or silver. In the present, a paper or digital dollar can only be redeemed for another paper or digital dollar. In the past, privately created bank credit existed only in the form of private banknotes, which people had the choice to refuse, just as we have the choice to refuse someone's private check today. In the present, privately created bank credit is legally convertible to government-issued fiat currency, the dollars, loonies, and pounds we habitually think of as money. Fiat currency is money created by government fiat or decree, and legal tender laws declare that citizens must accept this fiat money as payment for debt, or else the courts will not enforce the obligation. So now the question is, if governments and banks can both just create money, then how much money exists?
Now, how come the courts won't enforce the obligation if people don't accept money? Well, it's because that creates doubt in the value of the money, and our monetary system would come crashing down. So they don't want to create doubt. So you have to accept this legal tender that's offered as payment.
So now the question is, if governments and banks can both just create money, then how much money exists? In the past, the total amount of money in existence was limited to the actual physical quantities of whatever commodity was in use as money. For example, in order for new gold or silver money to be created, more gold or silver had to be found and dug out of the ground. In the present, money is literally created as debt. New money is created whenever anyone takes a loan from the bank. As a result, the total amount of money that can be created has only one real limit, the total level of debt. Governments place an additional statutory limit on the creation of new money by enforcing rules known as fractional reserve requirements. Essentially arbitrary, fractional reserve requirements vary from country to country and from time to time. In the past, it was common to require banks to have at least $1 worth of real gold in the vault to back $10 worth of debt money created. Today, reserve requirement ratios no longer apply to the ratio of new money to gold on deposit, but merely to the ratio of new debt money to existing debt money on deposit in the bank. Today, a bank's reserves consists of three things: the amount of government-issued cash that the bank has in its vault, the amount of credit it has with the central bank, and the amount of already existing debt money the bank has on deposit. To illustrate this in a simple way, let's imagine that a new bank has just started up and has no depositors yet. Investors have paid for the bank's infrastructure and have supplied it with sufficient cash to meet the demand for cash withdrawals. Typically, cash in the vault will amount to no more than $1 for every $20 or $30 that could be demanded from the bank. The bank has joined the central bank system, which permits the new bank to borrow cash from the central bank if it's needed. The doors open, and the new bank welcomes its first loan customer. The customer needs $10,000 to buy a car. On approval, the bank creates an account for the borrower and types in that the bank owes the borrower $10,000. This $10,000 is not taken from anywhere. It's created on the spot. The borrower does not take this money out in cash. Instead, he writes a check on his account to buy the car. The seller then deposits this newly created $10,000 check at her bank. At a ratio of 9-to-1, this new $10,000 deposit allows the seller's bank to create a new loan of $9,000. And if that $9,000 is then deposited by a third party, it becomes the legal basis for a third issue of bank credit, this time for the amount of $8,100. Like one of those Russian dolls, each layer of which contains a smaller doll inside, each new deposit contains the potential for a slightly smaller loan in a decreasing series. Now, at any stage, if the money created is taken out in cash and not deposited at a bank, the process stops. That's the unpredictable part of the money creation mechanism. But more likely, at every step, the new bank credit money will be deposited at a bank, and the reserve ratio process can repeat itself over and over until almost $100,000 of brand new bank credit money has been created within the banking system. All of this new money has been created entirely from debt, and all transactions have been carried out with bank credit. None of the banks involved have needed to use any of the cash in their vaults. What's more, under this ingenious system, the books of each bank in the chain must show that the bank has 10% more on deposit than it has out on loan. This gives banks a very real incentive to seek deposits in order to be able to make loans, supporting the general but misleading impression that loans come out of deposits. Now, it can't be said that any one bank got to multiply the initial $10,000 of bank credit into $100,000 of bank credit. However, the banking system is a closed loop. Bank credit created at one bank becomes a deposit in another, and so on and so on. In a theoretical world of perfectly equal exchanges, the banks would owe each other nothing at the end of the day, and the $10,000 created out of thin air as a loan by the first bank could indeed become almost $100,000 of new loan money in the banking system. If that sounds ridiculous, try this. Actual reserve ratios can be much higher than 9-to-1. For some types of accounts, 20-to-1 and 33-to-1 ratios are common. There are also many exceptions where no reserve requirements apply at all.
All right, leave off right here. If you guys are interested in watching that full video, let me try to get the let me get that slide with that link on it. And I'll share this with you. That was kind of interesting, right? What do you guys think? Oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So, yeah, I mean, we were discussing before, that a lot of people think that lending comes from the depositor's money, where they're lending their depositors money. Now, their depositors money does play a role because, as they said, the depositing of money from new accounts allows the banks to create what we call new money. Okay, and as you could see, that's actually a thing. It's called new money. They create it out of thin air just by the fact that you opened a new account with them, and they're showing you $10,000 check can create $100,000 of more money. So out there in the world, knowing this now, out there in the world, is there how much money is out there versus how much debt? We know there's not enough money out there in existence to pay all the debt. So, because interest is charged on these things too. Where do you get the money to pay off the interest? Right? If there's only $10 in existence and I lend you that $10 in exchange for 5% interest, you got to pay me back that $10 plus 5%. Where are you getting that money from if there's only $5 in existence or $10 in existence, right? So it's an interesting, it brings up a lot of interesting questions. And if you guys read any of the books from those investors, remember we were talking about them, or forget about the reading of the books, you could watch them on YouTube. Pull up some YouTube videos from Robert Kiyosaki. He always talks about money as debt, and he says there's good debt. Now, what do you mean good debt? Debt is something that you owe, right? That's the key. Once you start understanding this stuff, there's good debt, there's bad debt. There's that show on TV with that guy that sees the failing businesses, and he even mentions this in some of his shows, that he talks about good debt and bad debt. And then you got that guy, Mr. Wonderful from the Shark Tank, right? I've been seeing him a lot lately on the news, on the business news channels, giving his advice and 2 cents about what's going on in the economy in the world and New York, since he's in this area. And, he talks about good debt versus bad debt. You don't want, what's the difference between good debt and bad debt in a nutshell? Good debt makes you money. Bad debt, you lose money on. You go buy a car. You're now in debt. And the value of that car goes down. So you're not really making anything off of it. However, if you use the money, you get a loan to start a business. That money is being used. You have to pay it back plus interest, but it's creating you money, and it's tax deductible. So there's a lot of benefits to it. So you can see there's good debt versus the bad debt. And that just scratches the surface a little bit for the explanation. You really should pay attention to these guys, that Mr. Wonderful guy, I forget what the hell his name is, the Robert Kiyosaki, read the Donald Trump books for negotiations. You've got the Robert, the motivational guys. Damn, I got to write down these people's names because I always forget them.
Kevin O'Leary is that other guy.
That's right, Kevin O'Leary, right? And what's the short guy with the glasses? The Greek guy?
Marcus Lemon.
Marcus Lemonis, yeah. Let's see if you also get the guy with the does the motivational speakers. He was a really tall guy. I think his name was Rob, something like that. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'll try to get these people. I got to write these people down. So, conventional loans. Once again, these are loans directly between the borrower and the lender with no third-party involvement or influence. So they have more flexibility in who they lend their money to. Portfolio lenders is who you get these loans from. They lend their own money with no intent to resell them to investors on the secondary market. They keep them within their own investment portfolio and keep those profits. Don't confuse a conventional loan with a conforming loan. A conforming loan is one that meets some third parties' arbitrary lending guidelines. They conform to those guidelines. Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market. It's estimated that they buy 1 out of every 10 loans in existence. That's pretty big for one company. So the lender has the final say in who they're going to lend to because they're lending their own money. So they can be more flexible. Now, that doesn't mean that they make risky loans either. The maximum seller concession allowed is 3% of the loan amount for conventional loans, and they typically require a larger down payment, like 20% or more. But I have seen them as low as 3%. If the LTV is higher than 80%, meaning the borrower put down less than 20%, conventional banking theory says they're risking the depositor's money. So lenders charge the borrowers PMI, private mortgage insurance, until they've put down at least 20%, and then or they build up at least 20% equity through periodic payments or through market value variations or through improvements. Once you have 20% equity, the borrower can request that private mortgage insurance be dropped. But the law requires that it be dropped when equity reaches 22%. So what does PMI insurance cover? What does it insure? The amount less than 20% the borrower put down. It just insures that first 20%. If you put no money down, PMI insurance insures 20%. If you put down 5% down when buying a house, PMI insurance covers the other 15%. It's just insurance for the other 15% that you did not put down. So here's a list of a few local portfolio lenders I put together for you. Amboy Savings, PPAC Gladstone, Provident Bank, Unity Bank, Columbia, and Santander. Although Santander doesn't tend to do a lot of portfolio loans unless they're on a larger scale. There's a way to find out if they're a portfolio or lender or not. You drive by those construction sites, and when they got banners up there saying, this project was funded by, well, they're advertising it there because that's a unique loan situation. They had to analyze it on their basis of its individual characteristics of that loan for that property. So there is no guideline put into place on lending for these types of loans. So therefore, they made that decision on their own to lend their money. So that PMI insurance I spoke of, private mortgage insurance, here's a slide I put together for that. It insures any amount less than 20% the borrower put down when buying. So if they put down only 5%, the insurance insures the other 15%, the amount less than 20% that the borrower put down when they bought the house, the property. So when equity reaches 20%, PMI can be dropped at the borrower's requests. However, lenders are required by law to drop private mortgage insurance when equity is greater than 22%. Because the market values fluctuate, so they're not expected to be there on the spot when it reaches 20%. So your lender can be charging you insurance fees for insurance that covers what? What is your PMI insurance insuring at 22%? Come on, the answer's so simple. It's right. Don't fight it. Spit it out. Say it. Worst case scenario, you could be wrong. Say it. What is the PMI insurance insure if your equity is 22%?
78%.
Nothing. Look, what does PMI insurance cover? It insures the amount less than 20% that the borrower put down. So if you put down 5%, it insures the other 15%, the amount less than 20% that you put down. You could request the lender drop PMI insurance when your equity reaches 20%, but they're required by law. They're given a little buffer zone there of 2%. They're required by law to drop the insurance when it reaches 22%. But if you have 22% equity, what is the PMI insurance insuring? Nothing, because it only insures the amount less than 20%. You okay, Aaron? It's okay. We're almost done here. You're almost good for the weekend. All right. We don't have that much more time left here of the class. 4 more minutes. How about that? So let's get through this slide here. PMI insurance is not life insurance, and it does not insure the entire loan like MIP insurance does for an FHA loan. FHA loans, the borrower is required to carry mortgage insurance that insures the entire loan amount. In the event the borrower defaults, the lender is covered to ensure that they don't lose a penny. That's their motivation to lend you money when you don't put down that much, when you're only putting down 3.5% with an FHA loan. So equity is the difference between the current value of the property and the amount owed on it. And at the time the property is purchased, the equity is equal to your down payment amount. Now, equity can be built in several ways, whether you're paying down the loan and paying down the principal, building equity, through fluctuation of inflation, through market value changes, and by forcing an increase in equity by doing improvements to the house, increasing the value. Okay. So let's do the highlight for private mortgage insurance, and then we'll be done for the day here. I guess we'll pick up chapter 14 here on Monday. Let me put out the end of class attendance poll. Let me also stop the recording.